There we go. Sorry, guys. Overslept. Ding ding. Oh. Shadow banned again. No, I'm not dead. What? Yeah, that's right. I'm not dead. I'm here. Happy 420, man. Thanks, Lars. Happy 420 to you too, dude. Your name, I like trains. Thanks, dude. Good for you. Would you make out with J Smart for 18 for 50K? No. I'm not really into tall, lanky, conceited pricks. What's up, Sofa King? I haven't seen you in a while, man. You're famous. I saw you on an Elden Ring stream compilation video. Happy 420. I've been a member for longer than 7 months, though. Thanks for everything, Garrick. It's okay, guys. It says 11. Just here living the dream. Cool. Give me a second. I gotta push out something on the daily DD front here. Selling covered calls? What? If I want to learn selling CCs, is BBBY a bad stock? Not really. Jesus Christ, Trina. Good morning, Mr. Ghost Pickle. What's our expected range today? High or still 135, 150? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not enough awake. Hold on. Let me get TradingView open. Did you guys see the Renko candles? I've decided to make GameStop extra, extra smooth. How smooth they made it. It looks so cool. That's Renko. Renko. The pullback to max pain and delta neutral, just like Girk said. Not yet. Well, close. Did we hit 148? I don't even know what gamma neutral is today, actually. Let me look. Gamma neutral's at 149. I should probably use this opportunity to buy back my covered calls. Unless it keeps falling. You feeling okay? I literally woke up like 2 minutes ago. Good morning, B-Diz. Netflix a good buy at these prices? I'd wait. Oh, huge shout out to C Mill for reminding me to set up my fucking straddle yesterday on Netflix's earnings. I would not have remembered. You saved my ass, dude. Reminds me I should probably set some stops on those. I didn't even have an equivalent number of puts. You proposed rule about SFT? I didn't. SPY is staying awfully stable, given that everything else looks like it's fucking tanking. SST doing? Interesting. Am I gonna get out of my shitty calls? This makes sense. Yeah, Home Depot's killing it. Already up to 313. 1 second. Guess that Fang is no longer a thing. I mean, it is. It's just that, like, it's just Amazon and Google now. Thoughts on Ortex? They charge you for data that's free elsewhere, and then they aggregate it in a really weird way that's frequently incorrect. Would you not want to hold calls through Snap earnings after that Netflix move? Thanks. I don't think Snap's gonna suffer a sell-off in the same way as Netflix. I expect Snap to have quite good earnings, actually. Probably beating. I don't even know what to make of this. This is very weird. Cat. Nice 236 test. Home Depot up to 315. AMD at 96. I can't imagine them wanting to drive GameStop much below. Out of these while they're up massively. No, not a liquidation. It was a sell-off. I ever said Netflix was a buy, though. Why would he do this? I mean, I feel like going into any tech earnings overnight completely unhedged is risky. And Kramer's like a big shill, right? Netflix 30% drop is more than just missed earnings. There's some preemptive unwinding of positions that was coming on market correction crash. I'll be buying put lottos on a couple of growth stocks. How long before Elon tries to buy Netflix? Would it be considered a loss if I buy XYZ at 15, sell at 14.50 for 1.2, and have XYZ called away? So yes, wash sell. Yeah. So you wouldn't be able to claim the loss on your taxes. Yeah, Visa looks good. Let me try to get LEDD done. Sec. I don't know. GME has gamma neutrals here at like 150. I don't know how much more we're gonna move down to the. All right. Like we're like right on gamma neutral right now. Um, gamma neutrals 149.05. So yeah, their earnings are not good. It's also the first reported subscriber loss in like 10 years, right? Only Netflix. I want to short Tesla for earnings. But I'm hesitant because all Elon needs to do is tweet one baseless statement and the stock will run and hit an all-time high. So straddle it, right? PayPal getting slaughtered. Something crime. Good morning, Esterol. BBY doing? Rough. BBY starting to fall off a little bit of a cliff here. Back to 445 already. So, two. The record date for the split not happening until at least June. Will you be buying July calls? If so, when do you plan to enter? I'll probably be buying August calls, and I'm not going to enter them until most likely sometime in May, unless we start to see a reversal in our current trend, in which case then I might buy earlier. Why are dislikes disabled? I'm not sure. I think YouTube disables them on some apps. CTB is cost to borrow. I'm invisible because I just woke up and I'm doing other things. Wait a minute. All right. Today? I said I'd be buying August's in May. It's 321 dislikes. Did Netflix puts save your calls, or did you? Yeah, they did. I don't have a cold. What's on here? Tanking, right? Cat looks good. Still in it. That's on a good long entry for Netflix. I'd wait. July 17 calls expire before the OPEC's covering period. Or wait, oh, July's are okay. But they're gonna lose theta is the problem. If I buy July's in May, they're gonna lose a lot of theta. Here. Go pushing back up. Cat looks like. Why is Visa running? It's too cheap right now. Very said Tesla will be the next big sell-off. Why did he pull out his short position? No, no GME calls yet. It's like watching a kid who woke up late and forgot to do his homework. That's what I feel like. Wiggly. Jimmy pushing down a little bit low. Still. PLT up, which is a bit odd. Snap's super cheap today. Market-wide panic selling just because of fucking Netflix. Word camera. I don't have anything set up yet. Utilization's still really high. This little run may not be quite over yet. IV dipped a little bit though. Follow I come up. Off too. Try to look at SNA. June calls have potential. Seems like institutions moving in. Jimmy Costa borrow 246%. First time of crash. Happened in '08 as well before the mortgage crisis ramped up. Average price cuts on homes has spiked sharply. I call a housing market crash by September. Interesting. Seems a bit soon. I mean, a little soon. If there's another rate raise, I can see it. When GME calls? Not yet. I have no idea what that means for Wish. I'd have to look at it. Earnings tonight on 420. Tesla doesn't generally have bad earnings. Gex ridiculously positive again. $44. 1 second. I'm almost done. Sort of. %, increase. Also, IV is going to be up going into earnings on Tesla puts. Fannie Mae just moved like 23 billion in risk to third parties, preparing for a housing market crash. That's on MBTN. Hear an answer looking at Swiss stocks before. What's the question? You gotta give me a second. Hold on. Okay, cool. That's done. Tesla's still just driving straight down. Full turning around a little bit. Quick down. Stopping. Visa pushing 220. Time to add shares of X and BTU. It's not the worst. Yeah, which. I feel like I should have bought puts on something. Any price target to exit SST or just waiting to see how it plays out? I'm kind of just waiting to see how it plays out. I don't really give a shit at this point. All the value in the calls I had is basically gone. I'm out of HD with 30% profits. Thanks, Pickleman. That's awesome, dude. Congrats. If Wyckoffing is correct, we should see a lower low on GME. Yeah. Like 136, 135 at the peak. Volume traded low. I don't know. I don't know if we'll see a lot of volume down that far. My 30-year rates have gone from 3 to 5 since January. That in itself is a record. Yesterday you said higher low, not lower low. No, I said the expectation is for a lower low. I said we could see a higher low. Wyckoff assumes a lower low. If we have a lower high, then we should have a lower low. We could stabilize at 140.41, which is what we're waiting to find out. Docu looking attractive today. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. With all the tech sell-offs, you might want to wait. We see a higher low. Does that indicate a reversal? Yeah, it can be the first sign of one. I hate this part of Wyckoff. I mean, at least it makes it easy to tell when it's going to turn around. GBY under 17. It's very cheap at those prices. Daily DD's up. Did I pin it? Okay. Sorry, it's a bit brief, but all the information in the morning is there. There wasn't any change like in CVV The arbitrage was minimal. Thoughts on win today? Not very exciting, right? Looks fine, but the upper resistance isn't very far away. I don't know. I'm not really interested in that stock. Like it's climbing, but to what? Like 2090 or 21? It's not a lot of there's not a lot of range. If you're trading shares, it doesn't look bad. Where do you break? Visa is going to keep pushing up. HD slumping a little bit. Or if I'm stopped out of my 310s, I hope not. Have you ever reposted the daily DD from the day before and waited to see if anyone notices it's just a copy paste? No. That would be like a super fucked up thing to do, right? Are you buying any BBY shares with this discount? Not yet, but I kind of want to. I just bought a bunch at like 17. Hal got an analyst price upgrade. Bit slow. Have you ever played a recording of a previous stream? That'd be hysterical. No, I just mean like analysts should have been upgrading Halliburton like a few weeks ago. I wonder why. I wonder why now. Thoughts on the Ortex CTB glitch? Who knows? Ortex is widely known to have kind of shit data. If they're smart, they'll say it wasn't a glitch and then get more subscribers. Would May 2795C on Docu be a good play for someone wanting to dip their toes in options? Again, I would wait on Docu. There's more downside to this dip, I think. Ali AKP, dude, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Thoughts on Netflix re-entry and when Netflix will come back? It'll probably bounce fairly hard, but let's find out where it bounces first. When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult. The banks have been pushing more variable rate loans. And regardless, with economic recession will come defaults. Companies will start cutting back. People will lose their jobs, whether their rates are variable or not. There are other things that can cause a housing crash. Netflix now under $100 billion market cap. You put Girk Shake Weight guy where you normally would be on screen. No, I'm here. Things look like they're starting to turn around a little bit. Excited Tesla puts at 420%. Getting so much better at my entries and exits. Thanks, man. That's awesome, Plumber Poopy Hands. Congratulations. Would you buy AMD or BBBY at these prices? Yeah. I've 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 been buying both at these prices. It's cheap. Is GameStop going to buy Netflix? That'd be funny. Look at your boy DDS. Yeah, it doesn't really do downs. It only goes up. Any chance you can please check out ROVR? I saw the thing you sent me. Mary B. Billionaire. Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate that. The decline in volume looks good. Jimmy finding a little bit of support around gamma neutral. I didn't see the new NSCC proposed rule. I don't really, I mean, I'm not a hedge fund. I don't spend all my time checking out NSCC rule proposals. They generally don't mean anything. They're prepared for far in advance. And they're 100% always designed to fuck us or protect someone. That's on upside range for Visa today. If it breaks 220 with some momentum, it can move. Like 222. Usually it's breakouts of 220 if we look like historically. Its breakouts of 220 tend to be pretty volatile. Like 226 here, it hit 236 on this run. 228 on the last one. This one hit 233. So generally these crossovers of 220 tend to bring in a lot of interest. And I missed the last two. I don't want to miss another one. So I'm not in it a lot. I only have like 10 contracts, 11 contracts. User data on all those stock sites must get crazy valuable if used right. Oh yeah, because you have their financial information. And the decline in volume look good. Well, you're expecting consolidation into a breakout, right, Stefan? So, so like one of the first things you should be looking for is declining volume. A narrowing of the traded range is another one, which it doesn't really seem to be doing a lot. I mean, it kind of just looks like accumulation, and rounded bottom breakouts are that, but not as good of a descriptor of them. Not gonna get filled on these fucking rig calls. Bullshit. All right, there we go. SST morning oddity is now gone. Yeah, it looks like shit again. What about all those rules they rushed through last year that caused MOASS? Oh wait, yeah. I just scalped 700 off that Netflix drop. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Netflix puts are good. Even ones opened this morning. I need to take C-Mill like out to dinner or something. If it weren't for that reminder yesterday, I would have lost $26,000. And instead I'm up 25. C-Mill for mod. I said I was trying to do something nice. The funny thing is I didn't even get in on the play. God damn it. I thought you were gonna I thought you said you were straddling it. People demand a webcam. The people are gonna have to wait. I have to turn all the lights on and shit and get everything set up. I was wanting to, but I didn't have the funds freed up. Oh, for sure. Well, thank you, because I would have forgotten to straddle. I meant to, but I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me yesterday. I paid good money to watch you every day. I demand a video. That's worth pigeon whale for a month. I'm gonna have to see how to set it up, but I'll do something. Do you have any price target for rig in the next 3 to 6 months? I just want it to go above $5. I really don't care after that. You wearing camouflage today? Yeah. People were saying I needed to, so I'd be safe on the subways. They were concerned. Breakout's starting to look pretty good. Going. Stop here. No reason to. Nobody else wants to sell. I know you all bought it to ride it up over 222. Spy tried to make a little bit of a comeback and failed. Apple's looking good, which bodes well for everything else. And Netflix finally found a little bit of a floor. back to 227 now. Yeah, actually. Cat pushing back up out of its dip. This just looks great. I wouldn't be concerned with Caterpillar at all right now. Home Depot moving. If it moves back below 310, that's a very good entry for those of you that are interested in this play. Visa, hard turnaround. Fuck me. It's like it really doesn't want to break 220. Very annoying. Yeah, I'm still looking into Veru. I'll update people. I think it's not like a rush or anything. How much is a haircut in New York City? I don't know, like 50, $100. I don't get them very often. I don't have anyone to cut my hair for. I don't have to look professional. What happened to my fucking pen? They're stagnating a little bit, but I expect they'll all go up soon enough. How much is a perm in New York City? It's like 300 plus tip. If I'd gotten like the natural one without chemicals, it would have been like 500, I think. If I can buy a $5 call for 90 and a 4.5 call for 1, is there any world I would choose to buy 5C over the 4.5C, same strike dates? No. Definitely seems like the 4.5 is a better deal, but how's the liquidity at that strike? I don't have anyone to cut my hair for it. You sure you're not married? That sounds like you are. Yeah, I'm pretty positive. Last time I checked. Girls love the long hair. It makes them, I assume, it makes them think you're irresponsible enough that you can be fixed. Buyback 155s or seems okay. I'd watch them. Happy 420, Greg. Thanks, Christopher. You'd make a great psychopath. Would I? I agree. Got a bullet. Rich. People with money always have shit hair, right? Look at Bill Gates. That dude rocked a bowl cut for like 20 years. Morning, Brenda and Ella's fun adventures. Brendan. Oh, I have coffee now. Step one. All right, I'm gonna get everything set up. I'll be right back. All right, everyone. I'm back. Yeah, 4.5s are probably better for Jan leaps. Just right now. It hasn't been rig hasn't been below 450 for a little while, or it hasn't been below 450 much. But yeah, they're a good buy. Ooh, nice. Netflix still pushing up. Glad I grabbed those calls. Stays under. Home Depot starting to look good again. Spy coming back up. If Tesla might move back up too, but give it a minute. See if it finds some support here at like 997.50. What is BBBY fair valuation? Uh, like their book value? Their book value is like 8 billion. 8 billion and like 9.5. They own a shocking amount of property. Yeah, I don't think the 246% cost to borrow is accurate. Fidelity's at like 7.5. So if someone's charging 246%, no one's borrowing from them. I just liked the video. It was super easy. Anyone can do it. Thanks, Dookie. I appreciate that. If you guys could drop a like, it is a big help. IBKR at 5 shares available. Seeing that number just cracked me up. Yes, it is. Also, IBKR rate went up 0.2%. This is the inverse of what they want to see, right? Like well, the short hedge funds, right? They want to be returning shares right now, not borrowing more. They do not want to cycle the borrow rate back up. That would be bad for them. But it's a lot harder for them to stabilize price action with all this long interest, which is fun. Well, you said when you were paper trading, there was something you challenged yourself to that turned a corner for your learning. Do you remember what that was? Experimenting with different account sizes was pretty big. Like learning to try like the strategies necessary to trade up like a $500 or $1,000 account versus starting from
2,500 or 25,000 or 50,000.
Looks like a lot of people are getting out of their long-term Netflix puts. That would make sense. What's the play on Visa? It's going up big. Besides that, I mean, analysts have been projecting Visa as being overweight and valued at like 260 for months. They're still, I think, the fastest payment um, processor around. Generally, Visa seeing spikes when certain cryptos are down, but uh, breaks of this 220 resistance tend to be pretty violent, which is really all I'm playing on it. Every time I tune in, you look at a different stack, and I think Jimmy's not mooning. It's trading about 50%, 50 cents below gamma neutral. Hmm. Snap recovering a little bit. RT. Lower volume. Tesla back over 1,000. Tesla touched 1010 today? Yeah, it could. 1014, maybe even like 1015. I just picked up calls on the second bounce, so we'll see. They're up a little bit. I should cut these. Bear flag? Yeah. I think probably back down to 220. Good entry point for a BBY long position. It's very cheap. BBY sub 20 is a very cheap price. Comparable to, Cohen's cost basis, which I think is around like 15. So how bad does he get bent over by cap gains every year? It's usually what most of his salary from his actual job goes to. SST get all the FTDs cleared with the release of shares? No way to know. Not until we get the next report. I'm gonna check my puts over here. Sorry, I'm just checking some other positions real quick. Target with a good morning. Tested for 249. GameStop, 400K volume, not doing a lot. It's good though if we find support at this level and they don't push us down even. Still looks bullish. Don't know how I feel about my 100 BBBY shares. Haven't been abused like this since buying GME. Just some CSP for BBY $16 strike for May 9th, $100 each. Break even is $14.85-ish. Just sold some. Nice. What do you think about the new NSCC rule proposed 2022-801? Could this delay MOASS permanently? I haven't seen it yet. I'll have to look. Do you think there will be better Amazon entries than this price before the split? Maybe. Although my cash secure puts hope no. I kind of hope it bounces from here today so I don't have to pull them back. Hey, there we go. Ready to do a thing.
My mic volume is maxed out right now, Alex. I actually can't turn it up anymore. Unless I hit this. Did I hit this by accident? That might be better. That's on V513240 call. I don't really like the upside very much. It doesn't seem to hold there. Huge Netflix puts for June. Interesting. Have you looked at Roblox in the past? Yeah, I don't like it. Does it look like BBBY has more downs to go today? It seems to be bottoming out in this range. We'll see. I mean, it could, potentially. Although, this like $16 resistance has been fairly strong. Next one down's around 1450. Seems pretty unlikely. This is way too fucking... Maybe some other reason. I'll try to turn you a bit... Okay. Sorry, man. Yesterday you said this run for Jimmy is over. Would you think selling my 150 call for May 22nd would be a good idea, or should I hold? My 150 for May 22nd. Why didn't you sell it when it was up on Friday and yesterday? Or did you just buy one yesterday? I need... You gotta let me know when you got into it, because I mean, you could have bought it when we were at 160, and then in which case that's terrible. Or you know, you bought it when we were trading at 130, and it's probably way up. I mean, that's already what they do, Juan Beckett. That's what CNS does. Really look into Ader potential for a squeeze, or are you just missing it because it's hyped? You said they'll dilute. That's not true. No significant warrant volume can be exercised before September. Didn't their S1 go into effect yesterday, day before yesterday? Or their share offering? Understand why people care so much about Ader. Who's a shit? You think it's going to the moon? It's not. 100 shares of BBY. I want to grow my positions over time. Is my best bet selling a CC right now or a CSP? You can sell both. You already have 100 shares. Is keeping in your delta neutral reduce IV? No, but low volume trading in a tight range does. So have you answered? Thoughts on Snap? I think it's a good price right now. I think this will recover. See any price action for GME until May 22nd? Or just more downside to the 130, 120? I mean, I think we could stabilize in the current range where it's at right now, at gamma neutral. If it does, it's very good. Super Stockers believe GameStop will announce a stock split today and a stock dividend in the form of dividend at June. What's the point of the stock splitting beforehand if it doesn't do anything? What? There's no stock split announcement today. Why do they think that? It's just stupid speculation. Baseless hopium. Why would they release a stock split before they've gotten their approval to change the corporate charter? You think Netflix will bounce back like Docu and Snap did after their last post-earnings freefall? All three seem to be following a similar pattern. I mean, most of tech is following a similar pattern. What strike looks good for 8er puts? I have 6 and 650s. 5s. Other book recommendations? They're on the wiki over on the subreddit. It's 420? Duh. Stupid. Yeah, no problem, dude. Thank you. Mr. BBY updates. Are FTDs looking juicy? Not particularly. Probably more consolidation. I really don't expect BBY to move until probably around OPEX. But I still think it's A, a long-term investment. B, I think the current price is very cheap. Yeah, Rad's earnings actually weren't super bad. I mean, they weren't great, but they weren't as bad as you would think, Colonel Mustard. What Netflix position did you get into? I had 350 calls and 380 calls. And then I bought puts yesterday as like kind of a lopsided straddle, so 2-1 for earnings, and I'm very glad I did. Thankfully, yesterday C-Mill reminded me. It's 235 a ceiling for cat? I mean, it's a resistance, yeah. Did you comment on the new NSCC rule that has SS paranoid? Sort of. The idea of creating dark pools to resolve FTDs, but that's sort of what CNS does already. So they're just making the CNS process even easier. You have any TQQQ? Not right now, no. Can you look at BBWI? Interesting. I mean, very chasey at this point. Why they're doing so well. Maybe it's not that chasey. I'd I'd watch where it's trading right now for a breakout. Okay range on it. I mean, it probably won't go higher than 62, but it could. So trying to fuck me again? Yep. Just can't sustain a breakout, can you? You piece of shit. No, I'm not grading you, Stefan. Your grade will be how much money you make off of it. I got the cleanest, meanest CNS. Biggie, aka Popcorn Trader. Yeah, well, pre-split runs are a thing. So are post-split run-ups. So if the split drives enough interest, then yeah, it'll be very good for options. Thoughts on BRQS? People talking about like it'd be the next big one due to it being in a similar situation to MULN with bad financing and FTDs. The next big what? Shitty penny stock to go to $1? Scalable Android-based smart contract devices and cloud service solutions. Can't say I'm a big fan. It might. I really don't like penny stocks. This traded on Nasdaq. I mean, it looks like it's had a lot of previous breakouts in far greater ranges. And those have all failed to realize permanent price improvement on the stock. So, yeah, I don't love it. Does it make sense to get calls for Netflix? I bought some on the bounce and then closed them out when it started to level off. With your puts hedge on Netflix, did you end up making money? Yeah. I mean, it dropped massively. Even though my hedge was lopsided, I only hedged it 2-1. I refuse to trade stocks that trade under $5. Godspeed to those that do, but not for me. Yeah, I'm not a big fan either. Did I really do it? Find a good play. Jesus, you're just... Take your childish exuberance elsewhere right now, Stefan. Ader starting his drilling campaign for the day, but didn't you read that guy's Ko-Fi? It can only go up. It's the best stock ever. Like, large short positions and high FTDs do not mean that the stock is going up. I don't care what Wall Street Bets tells you. Are you still eyeing Baba? I am. There's so many investors because of super stock and this whole fucking thing that think that all short positions are baseless. Let me tell you, they do their research and they can manage their positions far better than you can. Think of it this way. If they were able to keep GameStop, a company with actual potential, from squeezing, they're definitely going to be able to keep shit like Ader and MULN from squeezing to any significant number. These companies are like 20, $80 million market caps. This is literal pocket change for them. Are you telling me that hedge funds with billions of assets under management and teams of quants are better than me slapping the ask on cheap degen options? Yes. Less than what Kenny makes in a day. Fucking seriously. Like, get some perspective. There's a reason that experienced traders, especially independent ones, stay the fuck away from stocks like that. Because they're a great place to lose money. There's occasional opportunities, but they're few and far between. Do you always hedge? You should approaching earnings. If you're holding options overnight into earnings, you should have some sort of hedge on the table. On the lopsided hedge for Netflix, did you hold the calls while selling the puts? No, I bought puts. And the calls got stopped out this morning at market open for fucking nothing. Trying to understand how to move out of that straddle. I mean, it dropped $100. The calls were dead, right? You just sell the puts. I sold them not at the bottom, but a little bit after the bounce. So I just bought some at the money puts yesterday, 2-1 on my calls. I didn't have that many calls, so like 5 puts at the money and 5 out.
So I had calls. And then I bought puts. At a ratio of 2-1. Sometimes if earnings are going to be kind of lackluster or something, or you expect it to trade sort of sideways, you can, or if your calls are fairly deep in the money, you don't really have to hedge because, even if it drops a little bit. But Netflix was obviously going to be a volatile earnings one way or the other. The loss of subscribers was huge. I think that's the first time in about 10 years that they've had any significant downturn in subscribers. You ever use market orders? Yeah. I mean, you try not to, but some things are just volatile and you need to. Or you can't watch it, in which case, if a limit got gapped over, then you'd get screwed. Any good tips for someone getting into trading options? Paper trade a lot before you ever use real money. Penny Air, thank you so much for upgrading to Billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Yeah, no problem, man. Has the bid-ask spread for Jimmy gotten any better, or is it still insane? It's not too bad right now. Like 20, 19 cents at the money. Not nearly as bad as it was during the last big push. It was hitting like 80 cents, $1.20 pretty regularly when the borrow rate was way up. How volatile can we expect AMD's earnings to be? I mean, I'd hedge it a little, given all the sell-offs in tech. If they don't knock it out of the park, it can drop. V220 dead? I'm still in them. I think it's going to keep pushing. I mean, a little pullback's fine right here. It just pulled back to VWAP and it seems to be stabilizing. Are we halted or what? We're just not trading a lot of volume. We've traded, what, 30,000 volume in like the last 30 minutes? Yeah, no problem, Walt. Jailbroken fire sticks. The Netflix killer. I mean, for now, yeah. You'll start to see all of those companies push forward more security and stuff to prevent piracy as the economy gets worse. I know HBO Go is already talking about doing like 2FA for logins, and somebody was talking about like it checks your connection to the, or like does like a security check on your connection to the server like every 5 minutes or something like that. Netflix is trying to cut down on password sharing. Yeah, it could be bullish long term if they can cut down on it, but it's also going to lose them more subscribers, right?
Hulu makes you stand up and repeat ravioli, ravioli, give me the menu only, and it matches your voice to your account. If Citadel short hedge funds successfully bring down GME to $0 and get it delisted, despite company doing fine with no debt, what would theoretically happen? That's never happening. Why would they want it to go to 0? They make money off its volatility. Don't expect movement on BBY until OPEX. Do you mean May OPEX? It'll run when GameStop does, most likely. May OPEX is possible. I would say they're racking up far bigger short positions on BBY right now than they are on GameStop. I fucking hate Hulu. 160 safe this week? I think so. I mean, I rolled up my 160s or my 152s just because gamma neutral's moving up, and they were already pretty positive. And I have 165s out also for this Friday. All streaming services are junk. Waste of money. Buy Pigeon Whale instead. Hulu said they hate you too. That's fair. You still playing weeklies on HAL, Poker Degen? You see GME slipping out of short hedge funds' hands. It requires an external catalyst for them to lose control. Something unexpected. Like if Warren Buffett came in and bought 20 million shares or something, that could set something off. But outside of a big external catalyst like that, no. Not as long as they can continue to hedge the upside. The split could be a catalyst. Why is it bullish if we consolidate in this channel? It means that the downtrend is broken. We need to see two things. We need to see, to confirm, we need to see a higher low and a higher high. So if we bounce from here to like 158, that's very good. Because then we'll have found a higher low, right? Here in the like 147 range, 146.92. Let's just say 147. 147 range, and then a higher high at 158 would mean a reversal in the current trend. Sure, we want lower lows for entries, but if longs are pushing up on the price, awesome, right? Something like a stock split can be a catalyst. Although I wonder how much, given that it's pretty much on the table at this point, and we're not seeing an excessive amount of covering. We are seeing a reduction in borrowing and a reduction in short interest.
It's a stock split dividend, which is it's still standard practice for a split. X new shares per share. It's a different accounting process. It creates obligations on synthetic positions. How do you plan your CCs for shares that are effectively at the money and you want to hold onto but don't want to stare at the chart all day? BBBY 511-ish a day DTEs at 0.10 delta. Why are you watching 0.10 delta covered calls like a hawk? Just set an alert if you don't want to watch BBY all day. Sorry if I missed it. Are you gonna go long on Netflix? I did a little bit already this morning. But not right now. I think it'll come up a bit. I mean, it took a big fucking beating, so it'll bounce back from this. But I don't know how much. It didn't bounce back significantly from the last one. Like it had this initial bounce and then just dropped off. With a little bit of recovery a little bit later down the line. So I think we'll probably see a fairly similar situation here, where over the next few days we'll see a fairly significant bounce back. Maybe I wouldn't say as high as 330, but maybe like the 250, 275 range before falling. But it's a very risky play. It may not happen. The continued push down this morning makes me think that even at these prices, it's not seeing a lot of buy pressure. And if longs want to buy it at these prices, they'll be waiting a couple days for the volatility to die down. If they know it's a potential catalyst, wouldn't we be seeing more proactive movement on their part to prevent whatever could be coming to them? Yeah. I mean, I know everyone ignores it, but there is a bear case for all of that, right? If a dividend is issued, do you think that could be a catalyst on the X date? It could, yeah, if there's a share recall. Why would a nuclear missile attack from Russia on Ukraine be a catalyst for GameStop? I hate Uber. Not just the price, but the company. They're just not a great company. They're massively saddled with debt, and their only future potential relies on technology that's not fully scaled out yet. Expectations for Tesla earnings and subsequent price action over the coming weeks. Thanks. Oh, I have no idea what Tesla earnings are going to do. I probably wouldn't buy any calls for earnings. IV's stupid high right now. You could straddle it. It'll probably move significantly in one direction or the other. I highly doubt Tesla will trade flat through its earnings, especially given the volatility in the market today. SPY still looking pretty good. Hold it. Depot's doing alright. Cat's still holding the line. He's now fighting for 220 again.
I don't play Tesla because I'm a terrible trader. That's pretty smart. Can I be a pigeon whale for one day if ROVR is a successful rounded bottom breakout play up into my take? No. Why would I make you a pigeon whale for the day? I'm not going to reward you or give you any approval or pat you on the back. I'll give you a congratulations, good job, and that's it. I'm not going to grade your work. I'm not your daddy or your teacher. Keep forgetting the obligation warehouse in Ukraine. Yeah, people mentioned it. It's likely wrong, or just one entity charging an obscene borrow rate. Ever use standard deviation on EMA to detect turnarounds? You can. Not really equipped to do that. There's a couple paid softwares that have that. Why does it seem to be customary to swing a stock 20 to 25%, sometimes without news? Is this indicative of an institution being on the wrong side of a total return swap? Partially. It's also indicative of, I mean, I think that there's still this mindset that, like, every time the stock runs, short hedge funds are in a losing position, but they're hedged. They're hedge funds. They're not losing money running the stock. They're doing it because they want to clear out their obligations so they can do it all over again. Retail interest isn't high enough for retail to drive the price of the stock up on their own. So they need to do it themselves. Back when it was, they just made money on that. They didn't have to pump it. Kind of a brutal day today. It's a weird one. I mean, GameStop's holding the line pretty well. I'm impressed. I don't think this is like bearish for GameStop at all. My trading algorithm is officially online. The only problem with it is it can only print hello world. Well, that's a start. Netflix talking about ads for certain subscription plans. You think this loss of subscribers was large? Just give them 2 more quarters? Yeah, that's not a... Netflix has never really been on top of user sentiment, I don't think. They cancel shows that people want to keep watching, lots of people, because they don't meet their internal criteria of generating new subscribers. So they're constantly putting out like super hype, originals that, they eventually pull back because people seemingly lose interest in them, or it's not creating new subscriber growth. They've always been, I feel like they've never really been focused on retention, which is something that they'll need to do moving forward. HD is doing awesome. It's having a really good morning. I'm happy.
When you first got into this play, did you ever see yourself drawing pickles, writing bulls? Are you writing a tell-all, Heath Dill? Are you cataloging my memoirs? Inflation is making people cancel their subs. I mean, that too. Hashtag justice for Marco Polo and Santa Clarita Diet. If you ever said good job to me because I found a successful stocks play, I'll screenshot it, turn it into an NFT, wear it around on my neck like a Tamagotchi pet, blinged out too. Oh, Jesus. I'm amazed that this position continues to be unwound quarter after quarter. Yeah. Yeah, I still don't think they've cleaned up Bill's mess. What's the bear thesis on GameStop in your opinion? I'm ready for my daily dose of reality. That they've been cost basis averaging their short position down over the last year and a half, and making money off of the volatility while doing it. Eventually, GameStop will find a median price and they will be out. Time was never our friend. It's still not. The 700K subs lost to Netflix was due to the cutoff with Russia. It was, yeah. They lost a lot of subs because of that. I'll play options, for instance. I think Uber goes below 30 after earnings, especially it forms at HNS. When would you buy options? The earnings date is May 4th. I wouldn't play Uber earnings. I don't care about Uber. I have no intention of looking at it or researching it. I don't like the company. Pal is breaking out with volume. Cool. I have leaps, so I don't give a shit. Doesn't inflation kind of help the market? Why would you pull your money out of the SPY, for example, when inflation is this high? Uh, because there's a backlash to that. Like, yes, it raises the cost of things, but it also means higher interest rates, more cost to service debt. Okay, too much reality. I'm crying now. I'm sorry, Velvet. Don't do that. You go back to full bull, no logic. Well, he can't have it yet, Fluffy. When you turn on the stream, you're saying that. My heart. Say something bullish. Ooh. We're finding a higher low, maybe. I don't really buy options for earnings. They're unpredictable. Sometimes I have to carry an options position through earnings. You want to buy you want to, Mr. Poopy Pants, you want to buy further outside of the IV30 because the IV30 is going to bump moving into earnings. And depending on the earnings will depend on how much IV bumps.
GME doing a little bit. I wouldn't call these big ups, but yeah, nice bounce. This is good, right? 2 points of support at 47. I mean, naked short positions on NASDAQ are far larger than naked short positions on NYSE. So short reporting not as reliable, even though there's no market maker. They're not necessarily more predictable, but the trends are more reliable. How hard is it for you as a swing trader with 1 to 6 month viewpoints to be questioned about daily scalp and weekly YOLOs nonstop all day without you losing your focus on your trading goals? I mean, it's not hard. I mean, I've traded both sides, right? Like, I only swing trade primarily now because A, I have the money to do it, and B, because I can't really actively trade, right? Because it would just be me streaming myself doing other shit and not interacting like with the chat or anything at all. So it's not really hard for me. Like I enter my positions and close them, and it's, I mean, most of them, I don't know. It's not really, I wouldn't say it's really hard for me to focus on my goals. And I've been in the position where, you know, most of my plays were scalps and YOLOs and far higher risk, right? So, and in a way, it keeps me in it. Otherwise, I would just be wheeling and fucking off and playing video games all day. Yeah, earnings is essentially gambling. Can you do some quick TA on Ader to tell me if my August 7.5 Ps will continue to print? Careful, because there is some support in like the $3 range, $4 range. It could find support here. I think it'll drive lower, but be careful. A bounce here is possible, and the stock is still volatile. You have till August, though. I don't think it's going to stay elevated for that long. Make sure you're paying attention to the FTD cycles on this, because there are a lot of them. Yesterday, about an HD 1118 355C. Should I have bought a shorter time frame, like August, or was November okay? I mean, since you're so far out of the money, November might be better because it's has better Vega sensitivity. So higher Vega, it means it's more sensitive to changes in the near term IV. Um, and because you're so far out of the money, it's better to have that longer dated call. If you were closer to the money, then I would say that August would be better because it would just be cheaper, right? Have you filed your taxes yet? How much did you make from YouTube? Um, I don't know. I haven't gotten a earnings statement from them yet. I think it's because of when I started, because I started last April. I'll probably have to file it separately, but I file quarterly, so I'm not sure how much for the whole year. Quarterly, it's like anywhere from Well, back last year it was like 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Now it's about 7 or 8. I'm not sure after their fees. They take money out of everything, but should be about 7 or 8 for last month. How much stock do you have in the bear thesis? I think there's truth in the middle ground. I think they're still overexposed, but they are managing the position down as best they can. And they are attempting to get out from any risk that they continue to carry because that is what they do. Gross. That's pre-tax. And I think last year I'm taxed at the highest rate. This year maybe too. Sucks dick. Prior to GameStop, did you understand how important FTDs were to price movements? To be fair, prior to GameStop, most of my plays were in blue chip stocks that don't really have excessive amounts of FTDs. I knew how they could affect the price of the underlying. It's just not a lot of my plays involved stocks that had any significant number of them. Don't tell us we're more important than your career. How much is RC paying you to educate us? We can run after the split because of the failure cycle, Segan. So there is a period of time after the split where the, the split can cause a squeeze. So not even rent money? No, it covers rent. I don't know. After taxes, maybe not. It's because it fluctuates so wildly. Like some days are really high, and then when GameStop's kind of flat, it's super low. And it's generally more flat than it is running like crazy. So you think new shorts have come in to take the place of old shorts exiting? Possibly. I mean, all the time, yes. It's not like people are super afraid to short GameStop. They should be, but I feel like especially during the down cycles, we see a lot of short interest pick up from entities that aren't directly involved in manipulating the volatility. With earnings coming up, I'm a little hesitant. I don't expect Google earnings to be super crazy, but I did pull back my cash secured puts on it already. Sorry. You're thinking of selling at 24? You're probably pretty safe. I can't, I mean, I can't see a pullback that crazy because of earnings, but maybe hedge it. Like buy a nearer term put, sell a farther dated CSP, right? So like kind of like a poor man's covered call, just overnight for earnings, right? I don't know. I think yeah, I know it's not a lot, but like I think in a way
it's an advantage that I can make money from trading and not really worry about YouTube income, right? Because I think it allows me to be a lot more honest. I don't have to take on sponsorships or shill anything. I don't have to be nice. I think that's good for everybody. I wouldn't want to do this if I had to rely on YouTube, honestly. So Fed plus New York takes like 50% after Google has taken 40 or 60%. Yeah. If bears are moving out, could the buy pressure be closing of positions, not longs moving in? Yes. But we're seeing interest. See, I would say that that's absolutely true on GameStop, except we're seeing the borrow rate go up. Right? We saw the borrow rate bump on Fidelity and IBKR today, which means that they're borrowing to suppress the price, which means somebody is actively working against their position, right? Jesus fuck, man. How many tests of 220? Tesla's not still squeezing. That's a misconception. Tesla just continuously squeezes because it's so profitable to fade the top of its runs. So every time Tesla runs hard, shorts pile in, and then they get pushed out at the bottom, which makes it run hard again, which makes them want to pile back in at the top over and over and over and over. That's how I show you I care about you. Jesus Christ, Stefan. Yes, I saw that you're using EMAs. I don't know if you're using them exactly the same way I do, but sort of. Chills out in force, squeeze over. If it doesn't squeeze, then nice one. Seems like the new play is to get people to sell if it doesn't squeeze after the split dividend. Yeah, that seems like a bad idea because if the price runs before the dividend, right? Even a little bit, right? Say we test 350 and that increases ETF ownership. They can use those extra ETF shares to offset their split obligations for T plus 9 plus 35 days. So if it doesn't squeeze pre-split, I mean, it can still squeeze after. It can, get popped on reg show and all of the beautiful pre-squeeze things we want to see after the split. It will require people holding, which is that's a more difficult challenge, I think. Split liquidity is a problem. But if they do, then the potential remains because nothing effectively changes through a split. I don't think Elon's going to buy Twitter. I think this is what Elon did. I think he bought a bunch of Twitter really cheap, made a move. His move was unsuccessful, but garnered him tons of PR and fans and interest, right? Because lots of people feel that Twitter's platform is unfair and full of censorship. So big PR play. he got in with the board, realized that they had no intention of working with him in any noticeable way, and also no intention of ceding control of the company to him. And then he announced a plan to buy them out at a price which he knew they wouldn't accept in order to pump the stock, so he could get out of the position that he bought into. And I think he will ride that PR as long as he can until the stock gets to a price where he can sell. Thoughts on NSCC 2022-801, essentially giving short hedge funds a way out. I mean, CNS already gave short hedge funds a way out. So it just gives them more ways out. But I need to read into the rule more. That's purely based on what I've heard on here, which may not be correct. I still need to read the rule itself. I have plans to open up a self-employed 401k at some point. But yes, I agree. Almost 50k OI on 525 $5 rig calls. Yeah, it's nuts. Any new thoughts on BBY? Still waiting for the next OPEC cycle? Yep. But I heard on Superstock that some site said you made anywhere from $2 a month to $11 billion a month. Sure. It's in that range. CPI for March was 6.7 versus expected 6.1. Would this be an indicator for the US to roughly track? Isn't the US's March CPI already out? Or was that Feb? Yes, I know. Bipolar Bear. Do you still think there's a potential run around late May due to the quarterly cycle on XRT? There could be, but it may not be as significant as June. We'll have to wait and see. There still aren't building up like significant obligations either place. But what we've taken away from the last cycle is they can hold those obligations in place an additional month until the rebalancing occurs on quad witching. So we have to be prepared for the fact that they can delay OPEX by one monthly cycle. Still holding my V2250C. Looks good for a move up to the rest of the week if it closes at 220. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably hold it overnight. Wasn't getting banned from SS great for you? Yeah, it has been. Looks like you've lost no subs, viewers. I have more. Viewership is down after the GME run, but that's normal. My viewership numbers track the GME chart very precisely. Tesla's gonna fall? It's not looking good. I'd be wary of Tesla today, just because so much interest in their earnings is going to lead to a lot of like really weird price action. Visa breaking trend here? No. Yeah, sure. GameStop has always been on JJow. JJow and F-Man actually don't have anything to do with OPEX. It's a good way of naming the cycles by saying like these ETFs expire on F-Man versus JJow or MJSD, but JJow and F-Man, as they are used appropriately, have nothing to do with OPEX whatsoever. They are simply the time period in which options become available. Not it has nothing to do with the obligations due at their expiration. Wait, you're not gonna just take what we say as fact and are gonna go to directly read the source material? Yeah. CP, if it runs, I'm gonna need to wait quite a while before I can touch it. It's good and bad. That sucks. At least it's only 55%, right? Running the stock too early means they can dodge the obligations, but after the split means we have liquidity issues plus prisoner's dilemma. We're in a bit of a pickle. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting these next few months. And it's already getting kind of spicy. Will you straddle Snap's earnings like Netflix? Probably not. Maybe a little bit overnight, but nothing like directly at the money. Because I don't think Snap is going to move a lot either way, and I don't want to overpay on put premium that might get burned, or vice versa. Do you have a price target for BBBY OPEX? What did we just run to on the last one? 28. 30. 30 is very reasonable. I think conservative 30 is possible. Are you a top earning YouTube star now? Not even fucking close. Been funded up to 61,000. You contribute the excess 2,100. 2,500. I'll ask my accountant. He can probably set me one up. I don't like reducing my available capital because I like to deploy it, and it's just gonna get tied up if it's in a 401k. Wouldn't it not be advantageous for them to hold the obligations given the stock split can happen anytime after the annual meeting, which is before quad witching? Yeah. It would also be smart for them to not create a lot more, right? With BBY having no pending catalyst on the backside of the next OPEC cycle, thoughts on selling CCs or DTE at the IV drop off in the 30 to 45 day range? Yeah, you could. I mean, you probably want to give yourself a little bit of breathing room on them. Like, I wouldn't be selling them close to the money, and make sure that you can buy them back. But yeah, you could do that. When I had more confidence in their inability to manipulate the OPEC cycles on GameStop, being forced to short after the uptrend and so on, the strategy would have been to sell like 30, 45 DTE GME calls at the peak, right, in the money, to ensure that, you would maximize profits on CCs. Flash crash rumored to take GME to 20. Only if the market crashes. In which case, be ready to buy some. Boring midday. Bleeding theta. I should just cut these. What's more likely, in your opinion, a pre-split run or a post-split run? I think if we run up into the pre-split, then a post-split run is more likely as they get more liquidity in ETFs. I think if we stay fairly stagnant into the split, then so let me explain it this way. If the price runs up pre-split and then falls off into the split, it's more likely that we'll run out here hard, because this will provide more ETF liquidity. It'll have to be a fairly significant run. And the only real way to tell the difference will be if this just keeps going up pre-split. The other scenario is we just rock it right after the split announcement. And if we see this is likely a share recall. We could see both 2 runs. I mean, my puts printed in far in excess of the value of my calls. But it wasn't a true hedge. It was lopsided. I had more calls than puts. The calls still had some value though because of the IV increase. Not positive value, but some value. Thinking add the money out of the money made 20 Cs. 200 Cs, Garrison? Or just made 20 calls? Oh, add the money out of the money made 20 calls. Okay. Mind clarifying the latest date the cycle can be delayed to? OPEX? We'll see OPEX occur anytime between May 24th and, well, we could start seeing it as early as May 20th through June 23rd. So there's about a month window there where we can see it run. What's the next OPEX cycle for BBBY? Same as GameStop. I've been actually working today. It's so hard to tune in, but I want to say you're a stock god, sir. Continuing to call price action day after day, and have taught me enough to call it with you. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. 225 is the next 220, 250, and 225 are the next resistances on Visa if it breaks to the upside, which it doesn't look like it's gonna do. I wouldn't say the volume's dropping. It's just not massive. If it falls below VWAP, I'm cutting my options. Upside on the cat 235 consolidation. I mean, it's holding the floor, right? You look at car, sure. Oh, see, it's doing the fucking thing again. There's still no liquidity in the options chain, though, so I don't know how long it can sustain a run for. It's just risky if you don't buy calls, or if you don't just buy shares. Such a weird fucking stock. Also, like near perfect cup and handle. Yeah. Textbook. Oh shit. Is this slipping? Son of a bitch. There's no super secret for trading. Just do your research and then take risk. OPEX has to do with quarterly expiration, none that I like. And yeah, for most ETFs, that occurs in Feb, March, August, and November. But that doesn't matter. FMAN cycle is when the OCC releases that part of the options chain, right? When those options become available, which has nothing to do with the obligations due when they expire. It's also index options are due during the OPEX cycle. Doesn't your Wyckoff chart show lower than 138 this downside? If we don't find a higher low. So if we find, I'll show you. So I'm using Renko blocks on this because it's a lot easier for people to see. Our Jesus Christ. Hold on. Too big of a. So our expectation is for a lower low. These should keep dropping, right? If we find a higher low, that means a reversal in trend, right? Which would then mean a higher high, and then a higher low, higher high, higher low. And then it starts to look a lot more like what happens here. Does that make sense? So this low that occurs in here is very important. If it's lower, then we see a continuation, right? Then our expectation should be a lower high. At some point, this will turn around. And it may turn around when we hit this outer edge of resistance, right? We may see the bounce there. But we are developing some support, volume traded support in this like 140 range. And so, you know, if our low is now higher, right, then we see an inverse head and shoulders start to form. So what we're doing is we're using technical and price analysis simultaneously to determine when the shift in phase occurs in Wyckoff. Some kind of Discord was going off last night about Rover. What do you think? It's all right. And that was Stefan. Stefan's always going off about something. You'll learn to love or hate him. The best time for RC to split the stock would be before futures expiration. Or, yeah, before futures expiration. Oh, I don't like May plays at all. Sorry if that was unclear. I'm like, July's okay, but I don't like buying them early. and I prefer August. May doesn't even hit the May OPEX, right? So May 20th is the OPEX date. And so at the earliest, covering would be T+2 from that day. So it doesn't even hit the May OPEX. I'm still not going to buy options based on this. This can drag out forever. It's fucking, or I don't have it pulled up on your screen. I'm not going to buy options based on fucking Wyckoff. This accumulation can continue on and on and on and on and on and on for months, years. Wyckoff doesn't give you a accurate time frame. There are moments in Wyckoff where bounces are more likely, like at this resistance, at this resistance, at this resistance down here. So turnarounds are all more likely at those points, but Wyckoff doesn't tell you when. Oh yeah, if a share recall occurs and MOASS is possible, it would cause it. Where is the bottom on Tesla? Like $400? No, I changed the candlesticks. Do you need multiple higher highs to confirm? Ideally. Yeah, because you can get... I mean, you're going to continue to confirm the shift in trend, right? But if you get like a higher high here, right? So say we find a lower low and then this moves up higher. This can also just come down and stabilize, right? This just shows a surge in interest. So yeah, we have to make sure it's not like a one-off, right? We want to see multiple repeated higher highs and higher lows. But first we need to see one. So higher lows and lower highs. Essentially the range getting smaller. That can happen too, but it's bearish. That would kind of look like this, like that would kind of play out like that and it would be consolidating. But if the highs are lower, the likelihood of it breaking down is greater because we're on a downtrend, right? This would be like a bearish signal. It would show that buy pressure is kind of dying off, and sell pressure is picking up, which would indicate that we would be going lower. So not ideal. BBBY dead? Just cheap. It's not a short-term play. It's undervalued. Think of buying BBBY now, like buying GameStop last August through November. If Ryan Cohen's plans that he's proposed to the board are carried out, the stock will see a significant increase in its valuation. Ader nosediving.
buy a new keyboard. Yep. I wonder if I should cut my 650s. Fucking dropping almost as fast as it went up. The IV is rocketing. Do I want more? That's just greedy. I don't need to chase it anymore. Good enough. Ader never did hit 750, did it? Fuck you, Ader shills. Cat, again, just continues to fuck. Yeah. I wouldn't scalp with leverage. You can. Make sure that you can pay off your margin if you get called. It's risky. Make sure that your risk management is fucking on point before you even touch stuff like that. I think Snap will... I mean, I already have 35 Cs. I don't know how much more I can average them down. Not much. I need to buy some puts overnight. But I'm going to have to buy them like right at the money, so I'll have to get them towards close. I need to set like a reminder on my phone or something for that. No plays for Tesla earnings. I don't like gambling. Good. Imagine if you could have bought GameStop at Ryan Cohen's fucking cost basis. Yeah, 2020 August. I'm willing to hold BBBY for about 2 years. My current position, I might buy more, but we'll see. What day does Jimmy need to end higher by? It needs to confirm a bounce. So we need to find support and bounce and test a new high. Right now we're just trading flat. This doesn't mean anything. Bro, I came home from work and you killed my Tesla pre-earnings. No me gusta. Sorry, Victor. I couldn't prop it up alone. My GameStop is, I mean, it's up, right? So it's not really at risk. Thoughts on when Baba will rebound? I have no idea, but it's very cheap right now. So if we get a confirmation that this is a reversal, does that mean you would be looking to reopen options on GME? Yes. Therefore, not wasting capital on unneeded theta? Also, yes.
FYI, not a big deal. I've turned up my volume, but I think it's low on your end. I already have it. I mean, it's maxed out, and I haven't changed anything from yesterday. Like I don't change the volume settings ever, so it should be the same day after day. Just scream instead of talking. Oh. It was low yesterday. Then it's always been low, which is actually true. Tell people to get better headphones. I've done that in the past, but they'll continue to use AirPods and talk about how great they are. Why is there always significant sell pressure before any earnings? Thanks. It's not before every earnings. Netflix ran up yesterday into their earnings. Should have sold my calls then. Maybe you're far from... I'm pretty close to the fucking mic. It's like right... It's like 2 inches from my mouth. Do you expect a Netflix rebound today? I'd give it a couple days. It will likely rebound a bit. I can hear you just fine. You seem louder than some days. Well, thank you, Baradactyl. $162.50 safe for next week. No. Not next week. This week probably, but not next week. Would now be a good time to double down on my AMC position of 0. No better time than the present. Biofuel. Do you think you'll ever rebound for buying that chair? No, it's my greatest loss. There's a lot of FTDs next week and the one after for GME, correct? Yes. Starting next week. Moving out an extra 6 trading days. So the next 2.5 weeks. Starting next week. Stand up, put the microphone inside your mouth, and scream. I don't like Herman Millers. I've had them. I hate them. I don't know why people love them so much. I can't figure it out. They're okay. I've also had a steel case before. I didn't like it either. So I bought this to try it. It sucks. Put the key in the ignition, hunting fresh out the kitchen. Mama rolling the body, got every man in here wishing. Bounce, 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 bounce. Oh boy. Too soon, Stefan. As someone who works at Steelcase, that's about right. Yep. Don't act like you know that reference. I know the reference. I like my Arion M, but I hated the L. So in my old job, they had M's and they were too small. I didn't like them. And then I bought an L a couple of years ago. And I didn't like it either. Soft, comfy chairs are bad for your back. Yeah, I know. We could still put in a lower low over the next few days. Yes. It doesn't need to be today or tomorrow. Do you think any sort of announcement today? Why? Because Reddit said so? No. Prostitution is also bad for your back. And as long as you get your core work in and keep it strong, be okay. At least that's what the Dans told me. Thoughts on NSCC? I haven't read it yet. Kevin. I mean, FTD spikes and OPEX runs are institutional behavior, though. Are they not? So, yes, it does. Wyckoff applies because it's price analysis, not technical analysis. It's price and volume analysis. It should be indifferent to manipulation. Not you, Kevin, the other Kevin. Kevin Rajonen. Rajonen? I don't know how to pronounce it. Do you think BBY will go under 16 in the near future? It could. It may not. You could sell cash secured puts. Thanks, Girk, for being the most influential influencer to ever influence us here to being influenced. 10 months, 25 days of being non-financially influenced. Thanks, Girk's publicist. I feel very influential. Did I just realize that all the low volume turn up the mic comments are because we're still at less than 650,000 shares traded? Possibly. But no, that's just like 150. Are you an eighter? Yeah, I have $6.50 and $5 puts. If it breaks VWAP, that'd be impressive. There can be only one Kevin? There's so many Kevins. Do you have a near endless supply of identical black shirts? This shirt is gray. See? Not black. It's me, Kevin. God damn it. Now there's too many Kevins. I'm not gonna lie, I buy a lot of my shirts at Eddie Bauer. Not because I like the company, but they make a good t-shirt. And all of their colors are basically gray. Like everything they sell's gray. That's just like a built-in total return swap mechanism. It's basically already what CNS does. They're just creating another backdoor to CNS, right? CNS already allows them to trade FTDs for cash. Is average cost to borrow on Ortex relevant? Not today, apparently. Do you wear New Balance shoes as well? I have a pair. I don't wear them, but I do own a pair of them. I had to buy them when I hurt my knee. Like after I got surgery. I had to get the ones with the big fucking thick soles. 608s or whatever they're called. The ones doctors wear. What knee surgery do you have? I had to have I had femoral condyve surgery to reaffix my meniscus. And then I had to have my what's it called again? My LCL and MCL like reattached. Is your view up hat embroidered? Yeah. I don't own any jorts or an apron. Crocs are the future? I hope not. Do you see yourself wearing a lot more Tommy Bahama in about 20 years? Not particularly, but maybe. If I can get fat enough and pick up some sugar babies, I don't see why not. David Webb, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
You have a spare lump to invest. Would you buy GME or Snap at this stage, or keep the powder dry? Every other dollar is 100% in GME. I mean, do your research. I don't know how much I'd want to own Snap long term. Like, I have options on it, but more up this afternoon. A little bit. It's doing good. Takes time. If you don't like Crocs, I'm not sure I trust you anymore. Oh well. It was a chance I was always going to have to take, average Joe. Is this MOASS? No. You should put links to the books you recommend below to generate passive income from Amazon. Also, t-shirt, coffee, etc. Yeah, I know. Appreciate it, man. Some of my family members use Snapchat. Bullish. Tell me more about your investment strategy, Gareth. Where is your merch store? Trying to buy a VWAP hat. Good luck. HD looks good, yeah. Been looking for an entry point ever since. I mean, it's relatively cheap right now. I don't know how much it's ever going to be worth, though. Like, buying it at 8 is a bit of a different story. How often do you let CCs expire out of the money? Pretty often. The only way I buy them back is if my percent gain is, like, if the price drops, right? So if I sell a CC and then the price just plummets afterwards, then I'll buy it back, because I don't have to have the risk on the table anymore. I'm already able to capture the profits. And I'll just sell another one. I'm not even wearing socks right now. Fed meeting tomorrow? No, but like economic summit tomorrow. This is good. Are you still bullish on the stock split? Yeah. It's just not happening yet. There's a time to be excited about things, and it's generally after they're actually announced. How do you feel about holding CCs overnight? Fine. $150, same like MOASS? No. Unfortunately not. Do I own any SPY? Not right now. I think I got called away on it on my last test of, on the last test of 462. I haven't bought back in yet. I haven't really been playing the SPY a lot lately. There's a job posting at GameStop that I would be perfect for, but I don't want to apply and get the job because then I'd be subject to blackouts and whatnot. Nice. I don't know if stock you own when you get apply, like when you apply, is subject to that. Like if you own them, like say you have leaps when you get the job, I don't think you have to like sell your position. You wouldn't be able to enter new ones. Thoughts on Balagda? I don't know what that means, CTD. Is waiting for an actual announcement to take place, same like don't count chickens before they hatch. Yeah. HD might test 320 sooner than I expected. I expected today to be like a kind of a fight for 310, 311. I'm surprised how well it's doing. Looks like I got out of Visa just in time. Yeah, I'll look at the NSCC rule proposals later today. For day trades, that's how you manage your risk. Is you set very strict limits. For swing trading, generally you follow trends, right? Like you should still have a price target in mind, but if it exceeds your price target and continues up, then you just follow the trend, which is what I outline in my exit DD. Oxy looking bullish on the reversal. I haven't really been paying attention to the short term on this. Nope. Gonna do that. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I think oil's gonna make a move up soon. I wish it'd fallen, like, if you could have gotten it earlier today below 60, that's really good. It's not looking like you will get another chance at that. At least near term. Yeah, Netflix still struggling with VWAP. I might carry some 225s overnight on Netflix just to see what happens. No, not same like Visa V. The NYSE might. Only Osho. It doesn't matter. It's never going to happen. It's an irrelevant talking point. It's an interesting bounce. Huh. I really don't know what to say about this. This is very odd. It doesn't really have enough price history to make any other kind of determinations. Besides something weird's going on here. Weird SPAC things. So when there's negative news, the market prices it in, but on positive news, we gotta wait, i.e. stock split. But this only pertains to GME. No, I think positive news is being priced in on GameStop right now. That's why we haven't fallen back below $100. Pretty large reason. Roblox double bottom. Hopefully it just keeps going down. Just a bottom. Fairly historically significant one, but this doesn't look good, if that's your question. This doesn't look like there's room for improvement. This looks like it's gonna tap, you know, maybe 38 and then fall back down even further. This stock is not good. Do you think DFV's still in this? Why wouldn't he be? What's a realistic price for MOASS? You can't predict the price of a short squeeze. If you want to ask me a realistic fundamental price for GameStop, it's a little overvalued right now. You know, DFV doubled down at around 150, right? Sort of. He exercised a lot of like $15 calls around 150, which is a bit different than doubling down. He bought shares too, but his cost basis was still extremely low. I wouldn't sell CCs on 420. That's either because you smoke too much weed or you're overly superstitious, or both. Depends on how much time you have on your position. Like, you don't want to constantly jump in and out of options because you lose money to the bid-ask spread. DFE valued Jamie at around $50 in his thesis. Yeah, a lot's changed since then. I would say GME's fair value is somewhere between like 80 and 110. We're trading on a lot of speculative value right now due to the stock split and the potential for the NFT marketplace to be released this quarter, which is generating long institutional interest, which is supporting our price. Thoughts on Tesla split? I think it will squeeze after the split. No, I don't think Tesla has that much active short interest. Shorts just fade the top on Tesla. There's not really any squeezes going on there. It's just, so like what happens is something interesting will happen with Tesla, or Elon will tweet some bullshit and the stock will run, and longs make a bunch of money, and shorts know that they're going to sell at the top, so they short the top. Then it comes down and stabilizes, and then shorts start getting out, which ticks the price up, and then Elon tweets something, and the stock starts to run. So shorts all pile out, and then they do it over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's it. It's not a squeeze. It's just running up and down because there's so much interest on both the short and Tesla's way overvalued, but it's also heavily speculated on. And so this is what you see happen. You see the same thing in CAT, except it's undervalued. So it creates large price movements up and down. Tesla infinity money glitch? Sure. If you play it perfectly. Where can I find your new daily DD posts? On r/pickle financial. Don't use today's as a judgment. It's kind of shitty, but I woke up late. I woke up at like 9:20 this morning. Why wouldn't they just regulate the shit out of it, Justin? Governments can just oppressively tax crypto to get rid of it. It's not really that big of a deal. If the interpretations of the rule are true, then MOASS may be over. It doesn't do anything that CNS doesn't already do, from what I've heard. But I do need to look at the rule myself. So according to Wyckoff, we're at the peak of the next consolidation. Yeah, still. We're still at the peak. So I wouldn't say we've confirmed a lower low here or a higher low. But we may have. If we get a higher high back up to that 156 range, that would be impressive. That would be a shift in trend. This could still fall off, right? Like this whole price action movement could be the peak, and then it can fall down. No, it's not a cup and handle. Netflix about to make us rich. Why? Because of the 225s? We'll see. I only bought 4 of them, so I don't think it's going to make me rich. No, I didn't see the new Batman. You seem excited about it, though. I hate Visa so much. Why? Did you not sell up here? For monies? Netflix about to make Netflix rich. Well, you know, as an interested party in the public company, Netflix. Same like. Right, Gareth? I have seen Swiss Army Man. It was weird. They weren't going to make a better Batman movie than The Dark Knight. I think that's a given, right? It's so slow we're talking movies already. Rig's doing some interesting things. Still too much high frequency trading. So Nordstrom's just running. Recession proof? Like Nordstrom's is just starting to look really good. Oh, I need to check. I'm so glad I bought some of this shit. This was a damn good choice. Huh. Holding Gen 23 SST leaps 2250. They're down 82%. Sell them and put the remaining 10K in something else. I mean, if you have leaps, Jesus, ouch. You may as well try to get a better exit price. It has stabilized above the warrant exercise price, and there are FTDs due. So you could sacrifice a tiny bit of time to see if there's price improvement to help you get out at a better rate. But Jesus Christ, man. That's pretty balls deep on that level of risk. No hedge? You didn't buy any puts? What's a good date to buy calls for SST? I don't know if there is one. Dilution can just continue and the price can continue. Any benefits of exercising in the money options pre-split versus post-split? No. Shouldn't matter. Your cost is locked in on the contract already, so it doesn't really make a difference. So you some 35C SSTs for a great price. What's interesting there though is if they do have to cover FTDs, everyone's just going to be bag holding options, right? Because selling them's not really a winning scenario. So it could create a little bit of momentum. Because it dropped so hard that like there was no chance for people to get out. Do you still think Ader's shit? Yeah. I have puts on it. They're printing. It's great. What's your play on Netflix? I got out of my puts this morning. I bought some 225s just now while it was rubbing up on VWAP. We'll see. I'm willing to hold them overnight. They're for May 20th. What about all the Trust Me Bro 8 or DD? Yeah. Database company, CYXT, Cytera, bunch of Harvard grads are the founders. I don't have any. I've never even heard of it. How low do you think Ader can go? $370 would be my first target. I think it could slip below that, but you see right now is a good bullish entry on TLT. No? Not at all. There's more rate increases planned. You know that, right? Use institutional order blocks at all in your analysis? Yeah, I'll usually stay out of things if I see too much institutional interest picking up. People figuring out Bruce's picks are dead or 10-year holds. Well, SPACs are just kind of shitty. Do you think the NFT marketplace will do well on a release? I'm thinking we're going to get a media shitstorm about how bad NFTs are and the stock price will tank. I mean, maybe if long funds want to get in, but they're already projecting revenue estimates of like 500 million to $1 billion a year within the first year. So as much negative media as they want to push, it's not going to change institutions' view on that increased revenue. If you think institutions are looking to the news for their stock plays or their valuations, they're not. Yeah, I mean, they're not turning on CNBC because they know what CNBC is going to say before they say it, right? I don't care about Tesla's fucking earnings. Is everyone going to ask me about Tesla earnings a million times today? Don't play it. It's gambling. Rattle it if you can afford to. Otherwise, you're taking on a huge amount of risk. It will move, but no one knows what direction. The only position I'm still holding on Tesla right now is a bunch of covered calls and naked calls that I sold on the last run. Do you think this upcoming late May cycle has potential, or could it be delayed a la Feb? It could be delayed. It may have some potential. It depends. If we start seeing borrow rate continue to tick up and we see a reversal in trend, then I would say it has a lot more potential. We're not seeing that yet. So, and we're seeing borrow rate move up, but very, very slowly. I'm not streaming Tesla earnings. No one's going to buy it, probably. And if they do, they're going to exercise it immediately. I guess it depends on how many shares you have. You don't want to sell 100 shares at once during a squeeze unless you have a lot of fucking shares. That's why it's not great to play options in the peaks of a squeeze. Yeah, earnings are always a coin flip. Unless you have inside information that you're trading on, which is illegal. You have higher confidence in AMD earnings in early May. I'm excited for AMD's earnings. But either way, I'm buying very far dated calls, so I have plenty of time. If it goes below 90, I'm just going to start buying stock. How do you determine if you should average down your losing contracts or take the loss? Just because you made an entry doesn't necessarily mean you made the entry at the ideal location. A trend can continue within a range of error, right? And if it falls out of that range, then you want to just take the loss and cut your losses, right? But you know, if it still looks like it's going to continue to do what you expected, but possibly take longer, that's like GameStop from November through March, right? Like it was still apparent to me that obligations needed to be cleared, and so I kept averaging down and rolling forward and maintaining that position because those obligations still had to be cleared out, and then they were, right? But you know, that's an exception. Generally, you want to get your money off the table, especially if you're trading an account specifically. Not, you know, you want to make sure that your risk management is extremely strict before you start playing with the parameters of it. The less money you have in the account, the more strict your risk management needs to be. The rate of growth in accounts should be exponential because of that, right? Like extremely low risk in the beginning means that your rate of growth is minimal, right? But as you have more money and are able to take more risk, you can have larger rate of growth, and you also have more capital to deploy, so your leverage is also greater. But that then increases your risk. Would you wait until earnings for a clearer picture? You could, but may not be a good thing. If I wanted to be long AMD, then yes, I would. I would wait for earnings. But I'm already long AMD, so it's kind of, I'm trading from a different position. Something like Novavax or whatever it is. At once. What does this company do? Probably decent. Oil's going up. I mean, it's a sector play, right? Based on its performance, I wouldn't say it's the best play in the sector. But it could lag and catch up. I don't really know much about the company. It's supposed to be hard, Stefan. Is risk management same as paper trading? Paper trading is more about learning entries and execution and how to manage positions than it is about risk management. I mean, you should be practicing risk management when paper trading, perfecting it. No, it had nothing to do with my elevator falling down the shaft. My knee isn't currently injured. This was years ago. RC tweets are losing power. I don't know if they ever had that much to begin with. It's mostly just tech is down. Some things are doing fine today. Eggplant Parmesan similar to moussaka? No. Well, sort of, but no. Way different flavor profiles. What are your thoughts on Snap earnings tomorrow? I'm pretty bullish on Snap. I think earnings will probably be good and beat expectations like they have the last 5 times. Although I also feel like analysts are setting the bar kind of low for them intentionally. Cinnamon should be nowhere near beef. Eastern Europe begs to differ. Target's still moving up. Yep. That's the other reason long-term plays are good on Target, Trina, is because I expect it's going to keep moving up. If you think something's going to keep moving up for a long period of time, you want to buy options that cover that whole period of time, right? Like when I buy cat calls, like even back when cat was at 180, I was buying Junes, right? Because I expected it to keep going. And it has. No, don't YOLO snap. If you're interested in playing earnings, I suggest at least a slight straddle. Netflix beats EPS 40% down. Jimmy misses EPS 40% down. What are your snap positions? I have 35 calls, and then I have 40, 41, and $42 calls that are kind of far dated. I think 120, 120 day expiration. Are you for or against adding brown sugar to your burger patties? Not fond of sugar in my burgers. Weird question, but I have 20k GME shares in my WeBull paper trading account. I'm unable to transfer them to a Fidelity account that has 3 shares. Have you come across this before? Thanks. I think you should probably contact your brokerage, Velvet Jupiter. Let them know the problem. See what they can do to resolve it for you. Who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky and they will. I've heard of brokers doing stupider shit. It was like 4 years ago or something. This one guy just woke up to his brokerage account, had like what was it? It was like 100,000 shares of Apple. And so he just transferred them out like immediately. I guess the transfer went through before they noticed. I think they had to like sue him for a judgment because he wouldn't sell the shares. Cat and HD are killing it. Great plays today. I'm very happy with both of them. HD killed it yesterday too. I made good money on my weeklies. That's also a stock I generally won't buy short-term calls on, but the breakout was pretty obvious. I probably should have held them into today, but what are you going on about, Elena? That's on the Home Depot theme song. I don't know if I've ever heard it. Do they have a theme song? I don't want to be on the board at Twitter. If Iter cycles back up again, say around $7, you buy more at the money puts as a trend reversal after the next peak, probably. What did you say your risk tolerance once you first started trading? It's 2%. All stops set at 2%. I don't think I've heard the HD theme song. I really don't. I've heard the O'Reilly's theme song, and I hate it. As a former Home Depot employee, I did not know they had a theme song. Cat's next price moves from here. I'm targeting 240. I think it could go higher. Analysts have it up at like 280. So, but yeah, right now I'm just looking at 240. I still have June 220s and some May 225s. Not many. 4 contracts at 225. At 2%, were you getting stopped out constantly? No. I got stopped out more, but more than I do now. But and no, not really losing too much to the bid ask. I mean, I wasn't buying into anything super illiquid. I was using stop limits too, so you know you're not taking a lot of risk on slippage to the downside when it's a limit sell. What's with Ader? I'm seeing it being pushed. I don't know. I think it's dead. It's a big pile of shit that everyone's super interested in because I think it's the next big short squeeze. You elaborate on what the obvious sign for HD was? It's in the pickles picks. Struggling with stop limits on WeBull, but I think it's because the options are not liquid enough and bid ask gets too high. You have to space them out wider on options. You can't set tight stop limits on options generally, unless it's like the SPY or something, in which case you can. It's one of the advantages of trading the SPY is that even the options are extremely liquid and there's very little slippage. Do you have to wait 2 days after buying stock before you can sell CCs on it? Nope. Do it the same day you buy it. There's some sort of Reddit admin mod purge of our short squeeze today, which has riled up all the Ader people into thinking the play is even more solid. Oh, Jesus. Sure. Good for them. I hope they don't bag hold too long. Yeah, when I was using 2% stops, I was trading shares. You can't do that with options. Not that tight. You have to have a lot more flexibility. It's one of the reasons that you really want a bigger account before you start trading a lot of options. Remember, increased leverage, increased risk. Netflix back to 215? I don't know. I probably got stopped out of my calls already, though. Okay. No. I still have them. Why didn't that set up a stop limit? I can Bag holder, you piece of shit. All right. Let me just buy some more. This price. Not down on them. Six. Fucking unreasonable implied volatility. Whatever. What do you think of wheat's price right now? I don't cheap. Kind of cheap, not super cheap. Under 10 would have been a better entry, but it's not terrible. 1 second. I'll be right back. I gotta go grab something real quick. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I took profit on Oxy and got out on Monday, but I still have long-term positions there. I added a little bit yesterday. I'm thinking about adding some more today. But yeah, the shorter term stuff I'm out of. Is that a GFV? No, because a CC is a credit. Also, you're not going to get their shares, like, they're not going to get called away the same day, right? They're going to get called away over the weekend. How do you connect? I got the invite to the pickle jar. So, oh, if you look in the announcements channel, Penier, there's under the pinned messages in the announcements channel, there's instructions. You go to like settings and accounts, and it'll give you an option to connect your YouTube account. How was my call with BlackRock? Great. Larry's pissed though. What's that, Paulo? UI path? What's this company do again? I know I've heard about them. I mean, it doesn't look good. Although, you know, a lot of IPOs look like this over, you know, their first year as insiders get out after the public offering. So this isn't unusual to see this like kind of like consistent sell-off trend. This one's been going on quite a while, but it's rare that they find or meet their initial valuation for quite some time. So this could be a good opportunity to buy in if it's something you're really interested in, but somebody just sold out pretty hard after their earnings. So I'd imagine that this was a miss. Actually, all of their earnings look like they've been kind of a big hit. So you're really looking at like a fundamental turnaround on this, and I mean that's based on your own research, right? What's going on with the new rule change that have SS thinking MOASS can't happen? They didn't understand how CNS worked, so they think this is the thing that's going to break the camel's back. If you had capital set aside to buy more GME shares, when would be the best time to deploy it? It depends. What's your cost basis? I mean, you don't want to average up when the stock is currently overpriced. You think Netflix might bounce again in about a week, like when it crashed in January? It might bounce a little, yeah. Just because interest will pick up at these prices. I have some 225 calls. We'll see how they pan out. Got any hopium for BBBY 520s? What strike? Tesla dead? It's not looking great. It's hard to say. Tesla's gonna do weird shit today before earnings. I wouldn't really pay attention to it. Unless you're planning on playing earnings, at which point, you know, hopefully it trades sideways into the end of the day and you can pick up a straddle. But I wouldn't really pay too much attention to price action on it. When are you starting to build your long call position on OPEX in May, June? Either after I see a reversal in our current downtrend or mid to late May. What price do you expect post earnings for Snap? I think a fair value would be around 42, especially if they beat on earnings again. Is the docu money printer primed for another buy-in? Remember, this isn't like Cat, even though it's pretty severely undervalued at these prices. It's not trading as reliably as Caterpillar. I think it looks good for another bounce soon, but maybe another test back down at this like $93 range. Did it already test that today? It did. 92.94. So yes, I prefer it. I prefer buys at like 92.93. I really don't like 94.50 because it's not low enough and there's no confirmed upside here. I like 95s at like 92 a little bit better. Wyckoff playing exactly with GMA. Yeah, it does that. It's been pretty spot on since before the March run. I mean, if we go back on Wyckoff, I mean it's called almost it's been spot on for almost every price level we've seen so far. You can't see it here on Renko, but we did test 200. But like even our LPS after the initial spring that came on March 18th, and then our SOS was spot on. Our low resistance at 158.50 held twice, and acted as resistance on our low support and resistance at 158.50. Has played out 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And hopefully we see a bounce here on the lower end of VWAP if we do see lower lows. I would expect the turnarounds to occur either here at 132 or here at like 126. Oh, sorry. So turnarounds here at 132 or here at 126. But yeah, I mean, why it looks see a little bit better on here, but you know, I mean it fell directly within almost all of our expectations. Even coming up above its weighted average for the SOS test. I mean, I'm using Renko so you guys can see the trend better. But I mean, this whole period has just been completely textbook. So I do expect FAZ. I expect this to continue to play out. I do expect GameStop to realize a higher valuation, and after we see the end of this price accumulation. So the outlook for cat is it will keep going up until it tests 240. I mean, 240 is the next like high price target. It could keep going up past that. But I'll be looking to, place stops and start exiting the position in around 240. Yeah, it's an international conference. It could still have some effect on the market. Not GME Moon. I'm talking about cat. Chat dead. Okay. BBY Jan 17 2023s. How much are they? How much interest is there in those? I'm showing them at 610. Oh, those are puts. Sorry. 570. Not a lot of OI though. Like if you hit that hard, it's gonna bump. Cheap. Pretty cheap. Yeah, current. So on the dark pool chart, you're looking at normalized dark pool index versus the moving averages. So you have the volume weighted, and you have the normalized. Both, and you'll see some divergence in between those on big runs when we have a lot of volume. But yeah, basically as dark pool volume falls off, price seems to increase. I'm still not sure how reliable it is, but it's been pretty reliable lately. I think that's largely because they're still trying to return shares and clear FTDs. But yeah, you have your moving averages and your normalized dicks. And so when it's up here, the move down generates buy pressure because that's when the internalization is dropped. And then the move up is generally short pressure. And they're cycling it. Tourist Transportation Board is going to call out the big four for class 1 railroads next week for wrecking the country's supply chain. Interesting. A compelling short position. fuck it. I'm writing the Netflix trade. Filled at $22.99. I mean, I think it's a little undervalued. It's still trading at like a 35 multiple of its like P&E, but have you seen Superstock going crazy about the SEC rule thinking MOASS is canceled? I don't care. I don't care what Superstock says. They go crazy over everything. And then they'll make up some shit and build up hopium on why it's not. That'll be their next thing that they're all about. From what I understand of the rule so far, it doesn't really do anything different than CNS pipelines through ETFs do, except it makes it easier for them. But I mean, it's something they were already doing anyway. If people paid attention and actually read the fucking DD, they'd already know this shit. But remember, the DD is done. DRS your shares. Basically the same as AMD, but their growth is now stagnant. Netflix risky in my honest opinion. My opinion, it is risky. I agree. I don't have a very big position at 225, and it's not very long term. I just think we'll see a small bump. I don't need help putting my socks on. I'm not sending you pictures of my feet. Nice try, Velvet Jupiter. I don't think you really need either one since it spikes so hard. You could use either one, some dude. It doesn't really matter. There's not a lot of variance between them. The only thing that the divergence between the two just indicates that we're trading on higher volume and more volumes being internalized. Why not have Bed Bath & Beyond, Bye Bye Baby provide daycare services? Risk. Massive liability. It's not worth it. Yeah, if they crack down on shared passwords, it could make a difference. How much more bullish are you for a squeeze, seeing how Jamie is following the Wyckoff pattern? I mean, Wyckoff doesn't necessarily mean a squeeze. It can mean that the shorts are pushed out. There's a lot of unverifiable data that we don't have access to that would be required for me to be 1,000% confident in a short squeeze. I think there's a possibility of one. But it doesn't matter because I'm long on the stock either way. So I have faith in the future of the company. A squeeze is icing on the cake. And as long as the squeeze is on the table, selling options premium is very lucrative. Yeah, CVS looks good. I already have some Noctua. Do you have faith in the future of BBY as a company? Not as much, but I do think they're undervalued, and I do see a path for them to turn it around. Cracking down on shared Netflix passwords just means people get annoyed and cancel altogether. Some will. Some will just get their own Netflix password. oh no, I'm being charged for a service that I'm using for multiple households. I mean, that'd be like getting pissed if your electric company didn't let you keep all your usage in one bill. Or, I mean, Spotify's already got that, and I'm sure it'll just come with family plans that are priced higher to soften the blow. There's an issue there with, piracy on the internet and people's assumptions about content creation, right? They assume all content should be free. But content costs money to make. And so, if all content is free, then you will get no more new content. Netflix is a utility. It should be provided to me as such by the United States government. How the fuck does Ulta have a market cap of 22.59 billion? Have you never had a girlfriend? Better yet, have you ever gone shopping for fucking facial products and shit with a girl? It's unbelievable. I thought me building a $3,000 PC every few years was obscene. Like $50 for like a toothpaste size fucking little thing of snake oil. Okay, so you know how much it costs. Hestia Hearth Tender of the Middle West. Do you know how much it costs to fill one of those tubes with whatever fucking potion or concoction they've jammed in there? Nothing. It's like chemical paste. Actual infinite money glitch? Yeah. Why do you think I'm turning this into a beauty YouTube? I know where the fucking money's at. Speaking of which, I should tell you guys about my newest salicylic acid face wash. Wind shade rollers. So did any of your stops work on Netflix? I mean, my long calls got stopped out this morning. But thankfully yesterday, CMIL reminded me to get puts and straddle earnings. So I didn't get destroyed on it at all. Worked out pretty well. Actually, I'm kind of happy. BBY does own a beauty company. Salicylic, whatever. Do me a favor and look at CVM. Didn't you have me look at this stock yesterday? It's had some recent compelling buy volume. What do they do? Like cure cancer? They'll never make any money. Too late to get it on HD. No, riskier, but not too late. Yeah, I'm not, based on their cash flow alone, I'm not worried about investing into BBBY at all. Fucking $8 billion in revenue last year. They're doing fine. They could. I mean, that's the kind of news that bio stocks move on, CML. Disney seems way oversold with an RSI of 34.6 on the daily and a PB of 2.488. Earnings may will be interesting. I'm worried that Disney is going to get hurt by the pullback in the economy. I think people are going to spend less going on vacation. We're going to see more family road trips and shit like that, and less trips to Disney World and cruises. So, as diversified as their business is, I worry that that diversification is going to present a risk factor for them over the next few years. That's going to, no matter how successful the other side of their business is, I think it's going to hurt them, or at least cause stagnation in the stock. Long story short, I'm not super bullish on Disney. Playrooms for dads. I don't think attracting customers, the only store that sells baby shit, is that hard. I think you got to do a study. Is having the dad come and then play video games while he's there better than just having the like mothers shop alone and spend more money without any, you know, outside influence? And you got to figure out, then you got to weigh which one, you know, benefits profits. Just fuck that. No one's going to do that. Not that it's a bad idea. I just don't see it being instituted at any level. OF doesn't need me to spend money at BBBY. It's for the baby. I can't argue. Yeah. Smart money moms will check out before they retrieve the dad. You know, I had a buddy of mine who owned a like a hair barber shop, right? And all the other barber shops were like instituting the whole like, oh, you know, membership services, and you come in and sample our whiskeys and shit before you get your haircut. And he didn't do any of that shit. And they all went out of business, and he's still there. because his overhead was nothing, and they just took all of that profit and dumped it into increasing their overhead and fucked themselves when rents went up. You know, or alternatively, instead of, you know, installing a gaming system at every retail outlet in the US, why not just don't go? Like when girls are like, I'm going shopping, I'm not fucking going with them. Why would I do that to myself? If we're out and they're like, oh, I want to go in here and get something, I'm like, I'm going home, and then I leave. I don't know how people get wrapped up in these situations where they're doing this thing they don't want to do for long periods of time. If I'm ever doing something I don't want to be doing, I will nope out so fucking fast. Like, oh, waiting for the check at restaurants? Fuck no. I will hunt down the waiter and pay the bill. I hate that shit more than anything. Yeah, but marriage is just a contractually binding agreement that divides your assets. It doesn't mean you have to go shopping. Who gives a shit if, listen, if my girlfriend goes to Nordstrom's and leaves with another dude, good, he can pay for her shit. That's a win-win. Then you're not investing all this like extra theta into something that wasn't going to work out in the first place. Mr. Steal Your Girl's like market makers buying your covered calls. I only date fiery women. But you don't keep them around by acting like a simp. What are your thoughts on the impact of them no longer accepting Russian ad revenues and the impact that may have on the upcoming earnings price action? Trying to understand if there could be a similar, but hold on. Similar effects for Snap. It's possible. I don't know how much money they generated from Russian ad revenue. Similar effect, but not as extreme as Netflix. It's possible. Even my YouTube earnings are down. Like I used to get like $200 a month from Russian viewers from like YouTube Premium and shit, and that's down too. Love seeing Superstock getting worked up over absolutely nothing. Yeah, that's the best. Remember, they're scared. It's probably a good time to buy GameStop. I'm proud to have started a whole thing with my business idea that I didn't actually have any faith in. Did you just refer to time in a relationship as theta? Yeah. I mean, when you've tied up any kind of capital for a period of time, that's an investment, right? Theta has the most, it's the most valuable commodity. It's the only thing that's truly limited. I've also lost my 4 Ukrainian viewers, which is sad. I don't stream for people. I stream for bots that talk to me. Well, Dork, I assume that if I have to go to a store with someone, it's because I need to pay for something. Otherwise, why the fuck would I be there? I'm 12.5% Ukrainian, so you're good. Oh, awesome. Uncle Parseval, thank you for becoming a Long Johnson, man. Have you ever dated a Guyanese woman? No. Thanks for confirming your bot status. Just remember that the Carl Icahn documentary on HBO is a bit polished. I'm just not big enough to attract crypto spam bots. We've gotten them a couple times. One time we got them so bad, like fleas, that I had to make the chat members only for like an hour. What's your longest relationship? Like 5 years? Any Tinder dates lately? Of course. Have you seen this face? No, I'm not very lonely. Moonwind is definitely not a relationship. I remember that day I billionaired during the members only FOMO. Thanks, Nostradamus. I definitely have a voice for podcasts. Should we tell them about the debacle from last night? What debacle? Official GameStop just tweeted, "It's the final countdown. Prepare for SS hype to reach all-time high. Also, love you, bro." They're probably releasing a new box set of fucking Arrested Development. They're partnering with Netflix. It's on. No, I don't know what you're talking about, Zakir. You don't have to. You don't have to zip it. I just don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about when I joined the mod chat and I was trying to make a fart noise and leave, and my mic failed. You can just be straight up with the waiter from the beginning. See, when the waiter drops my food off, I'm like, "Bring me the check." Because I go to restaurants to eat, not fucking hang out. Did you have puts on Netflix? Not enough. But yeah, I had a couple. Do I miss who? Yeah, I used to bartend. Would you consider yourself utilitarian? To some degree. I don't care about Ortex's cost to borrow. Some fucking nothing brokerage probably has a borrow rate of like 1100%, and everyone else is borrowing at 7. That's why I said they don't aggregate data well. I'm not seeing any of the primary GameStop lenders with borrow rates approaching anywhere near that number. The controversy on SS is what led me to your channel. Since they banned you, I've been watching your stream as much as I can. Thank you for all you do. Thanks, Uncle Parzival. Ironic. I still don't understand that whole push back then. Stock market is the same like Ponzi scheme? Sort of. Can be. I have a theory that every single New Yorker has bartended at some point. Well, it's expensive to live here, and there's a lot of colleges, so I do like Alton Brown. I don't like all of his recipes that much, but I like his food science. Fort Loco mixed with absinthe, served in a coffee tin. Why is everyone paying for Ortex? Because they publish bullish things on AMD and GME, and then people get hooked in. And then they're like, oh, that was a mistake. Yeah, I'm thinking about buying some AT&T. I don't like the company, but the dividend's nice. You weren't confirming bias. I know. I didn't skip you, Jody. I didn't see what you said. Remember, guys, that you can be shadow banned or your comments can be deleted by YouTube before I see them if they're not within YouTube's like chat guidelines or whatever. So if you're typing something I'm not seeing it, try saying it a different way. Don't use curse words. It doesn't like that. Has your rowing machine transformed into a clothes hanger yet? No, I hit it hard yesterday for like 40 minutes. I was gonna do 45, but then I was out of breath. Don't ever hire anyone to clean your house. What are my pronouns? Oh, I don't know. The regular ones? He, him, it. Pickle. I was thinking next quarter. It's pretty cheap right now. What do you want, Moon? I don't care about your investment decisions. I joined to learn how to make some extra money to YOLO it all into GME options next run up. But since I've joined, I've only bought options that play out past next OPEX, so I'm pretty much an idiot. It's okay, Pretzel. Petzel. You'll get there eventually. If you wanna hold leaps long term or they continue to go up, You generally roll like 6 months out. You can wait as long as 90 days, but after 90 days, it starts to hit pretty hard. What do you think about the rule change? I don't know. I haven't read it yet. I think it doesn't do anything different than CNS already does. People are just freaking out because they don't know what CNS does. Otherwise, they wouldn't care so much. But I'll read it to make sure that it's not super, super bearish. But I'll have to look at it later. Good price to average down on rig calls. Rig's coming up right now, isn't it? My cost basis is 28 cents on these. 29 cents on these. So they're 28 right now. What's the AT&T play? Park a bunch of cash in it until the dividend prints. If ETFs weren't allowed anymore, would you see that impacting the market? Good or bad? I mean, there's a massive amount of money tied up in ETFs. I think it'd be better for the market overall, but they're not going to get rid of them. They provide liquidity. They're extremely valuable for everyone involved. I got August 19, $24 calls. I bought more lower on BBY. Solid buy or too long and should have just got shares to sell CCs. I mean, if you're buying shares, do it like a pro and sell CSPs. August 24 calls don't seem bad. I have 25s and 20s. How much of your trading is based on TA alone? I just use TA to verify trades. I would say like 30% of my entries are determined, or 30% of the reason I determine an entry is based on the technical analysis. So no, I don't think it gives you enough tools to be successful, but it does give you some tools, and it helps give a better understanding of how those tools work. SST borrow rate over 900% with 5,000 shares available and price spiking a bit. Good. Maybe it'll get an FTD squeeze. Maybe no one fucking exercised the right to their warrants. There's actually not any extra liquidity. Those shorts still seem like they're pretty far underwater, right? It's compelling. Use the stairs in your building. They also just split off Warner Media into its own thing. Thoughts on the top 1% of Americans having more net worth than the bottom 50%? It's historically a good recipe for a revolt. Should I be buying SST right now? I don't know. You want to lose money? Some of us are locked into it because our options went to nothing, but What region of Italy is your family from? Florence and Sicily. Well, as long as vast swaths of the population are convinced to worship billionaires, then they'll be okay for a while. I'm a new billionaire on a different account. Asked about Tastyworks. I don't know anything about broker requirements. So how to get max margin and other max risk stuff. Starting a new account with 500 plus 1500 next week. You probably don't want to use margin on that small of an account. It'd be very risky. Think of margin like a credit card. Don't use more than you can pay off. I'm half Irish. Sicilian and Floridian. I think it shadow bans the name. Weird. It might. Usually if you log out and log back in, that gets rid of it, by the way. Like if you log out of YouTube and then log back in. The frustrating part of SST is that the warrants haven't even hit yet. The MM pinned the price to the warrant price for no reason. That'd be like printing the price to a delta equals 1 call strike. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. I didn't see your nice comment about me. I'm not a billionaire. Mom, Irish and German. Does using a margin account improve your credit rating? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think it's reported to the credit reporting bureaus. Ugh, I'm not Turkish or Persian. Sorry to disappoint. Turkish. AT&T record date was April 14th. Well, I'm not doing it for this month. Obviously. Next quarter. They're also probably going to be pretty resistant to any economic downturn. So say you have like 400 grand and you want to make 11% off of it in, you know, a month. I feel like that's what the AT&T play would be for 2 months. Then you'll have $440,000, right? How many views do you think your last vid will have? As you're jumping with excitement to MOASS, could be an iconic internet moment. Billions of views. I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, like my last video? I don't know. Potentially big ups Friday and Monday. Not necessarily. It will depend on how the market's moving. Remember, CNS can take care of all that shit. If there's no other pressure on the price, then it's not going to go up. No, not GameStop. BBBY. I keep hearing you pronounce Cenis wrong. How come you didn't give me a Robert Redford approval nod or some critiques on the river chart I linked you? There you go, Stefan. Just for you. Do you feel acknowledged? Can you explain CNS? That way I get it. The way I get it is volume is generated to intentionally match unsettled buys and sells on broker to broker basis, netting FTDs out. Is that correct? Essentially, yeah. It uses the volume on the stock though. They don't necessarily have to generate volume. Sometimes they do. Then AT&T will come out and say they're lowering the dividend payment. So, even if, I mean, unless they get rid of the dividend, then you get burned, but otherwise you're fine. You have to hold T for the full year to get the 11%. I thought it was higher than that. That's lame. Never mind. You're better off buying a house. Some new Birkin shapes that take hours to build and no gold star. That's it. Unwatched and unliked. I forgot the third one. No worries. I mean, it's a additional risk, so it's leverage on your capital. So if you have, margin of 2 to 1, right, and you have like $24,000 in capital, then you have $48,000 of margin. Is now a good time to buy SST calls? Dude, I think you might already have enough. So sell weeklies on T for the next couple weeks, get assigned, get dividend wheel. Could. It's interesting that SST is driving up after they've pinned the price to nothing. Maybe I should YOLO into like 100 more $25 calls at 8 cents. It's so fucking cheap. Fucking NYSE, man. I mean, I could buy 100 calls on 100 more of my shit call on SST without breaking too deeply into my profits from the previous trades. Like $800. What could go wrong? I lose $800 plus the 5,000 I already lost. Something happening with Rad. Ooh. Something is happening with Rad. Something very interesting is happening with Rad. It's about to halt. Curious. Is this common? It's had some pretty crazy fucking volatile candles lately. Yep, just halted. Hmm. One might have the dividend priced in. I don't know. Or one was before they split off the like Warner Media. Did it unhalt already? This is fun. I don't know. I did. It was probably a terrible idea, but what a wild ride it's been. Couldn't be happier to be a small part of it. Thank you for all the time and effort you put in this last year. You're so appreciated. And you know I love you. Thank you, Han. I appreciate it. So it was dead a couple weeks ago. I just bought like 300 shares. Now it looks alive. This is how the stock market works. This is rad. Right, Aid? Referring to a stock ripping, it should look like this. Probably. I really hate my buy-in price. Oh, this is getting added. Huh. What's going on with Rad? It's doing something weird. Ew. Yeah, apparently they rejected a takeover bid. Thanks, Kidge. You could have bought it this morning. Why do you keep ignoring me? I didn't see you say anything, turd. I don't see any DMs. You're too cool to DM me now? This is Pulte buying Rite Aid. For some reason, YouTube's been blocking everybody's chat. Turd. I have no idea why. But it's been like constant for the last like 2 days. You could have just burned that money on SST calls. I could have. How'd you get such a powerful neck? What? What AMD at 99 because you said it was a good buy. And now it's down at 93. Is this because I did not DRS the shares? Or because you're selling covered calls on the stock? Is it at 93 right now? It'll be fine. What are you worried about? You bought shares. Do you think the company's worth less than $100? Everyone was probably shadow banned after the sparkling bidet chat. That's possible. Let's see what this does. This is compelling as hell. I love that YouTube hides your channel and live videos every morning. It's really nice of them. Billy Blue Bulls Have you opened up any more options positions on GME? Not yet, no. I have covered calls and stuff, but no long calls. Could you beat Joseph Rogan in a fight? I have no idea. GME reaches 300 by the end of next week. Will you do a cartwheel live on stream? No. GME hits 300 next week. Will you smile? Yeah. They just turned down a buyout offer for $14.60 a share, apparently. Yeah, it seemed like fun, AJ. I'm not in a wheelchair. I mean, I have wheels on my chair. Now I'm confused. This is the content I came for. Is this because DRS? Did someone DRS their rad? I'm not doing any somersaults. What an exciting end of the day. DRS is the only way. R, super sarcastic. You guys just got shocked when I took my shirt off. That's all this is. It had to happen. I was getting hot. I explained what happened to you guys at TGI Fridays before. I don't like to be confined by clothing when my body's hot. Rite Aid working on trading its free float before close. I picked up the 100 SST calls. Jesus Christ. Tinfoil, Rad popped just after we started talking about SST being interesting. Congratulations, Slizzard.
What do you want me to say? I'm watching them try to drive the price of the stock back down. Can they win? I think my comments keep getting removed because of TWKS platform. Can I ask on Discord? Sure. I bought close to the peak. Weekly 8.5s up 17,000%. They're up 2,300%. No GME announcement. RIP meme day. I feel like I said that yesterday. SST broke 14. Interesting. Ah, I love this. Makes me feel alive. What's Tesla doing? Kind of miss Kool-Aid Man. He's still here. That's true, Sean. I miss GME Hype Man. Me too. Whatever happened to that guy? He was only here for like 2 days. Please explain your borderline degen rad play. I don't think it was that degenerate. Hope GME Hype Man is doing well and having little hype kids, the hype wife who's a soft 6. Why don't you buy your shares of CSPs like a pro? There was no options trading on this. What happened to the guy that made podcasts of you being interviewed? I have no idea, but those were fucking amazing. Stocks. Petition to do a Gherk JFresh podcast where Gherk tells JFresh the instructions for making a beef Wellington and JFresh tries to make it and films the results. What do you mean? I'm down $300. I don't have a home run. This play's been shit so far. SST quote unquote ripping. Don't tease me. It's moving slightly. It's quoting a Kramer tweet. How do people read those? No, not doing that, Stefan. Potatoes potating. What are always Leroy Jenkins into your bad ideas, not the good ones? I have no idea. Don't mirror my plays. I don't care if I lose $3,000. You might. Why'd you get filled at 975 with a limit at 9? I have no idea. That's a good question. I'll take it up with WeBull later. I should have opened a mobile pickle truck called Stefan's Picklery, where we serve hot pickle entrees and cold pickle hors d'oeuvres, just pickle desserts and pickled pet treats. Gross. Is GPU fan speed a good way to gauge interest in a stock? It could be. Do a write-up on it. Trading on fan speed. CPU load. The CPU load algo. When I'm feeling sad, I watch hours upon hours upon hours of RBB webinars to learn the pattern better. Okay. Why? Why does that make you happy? Is someone calling me?
What's convinced you it's such a great indicator? I just want to say you're welcome to everybody who bought Netflix puts straddles, because I was gonna, but said lightning doesn't strike twice and didn't. If I had, Netflix would have gone sideways. What are the best qualities to look for in CSP candidates besides wanting to own the stock at a certain price? Like if I don't really want to own the stock, I just want to profit, then you would sell them further out of the money and you would look for stocks with high implied volatility. Or high value. Back on my phone, I sent a message on Discord. Can you see it? I don't know. What's your Discord name? Please split screen with Jimmy. Jimmy is not doing dick today. It's just trading at gamma neutral. What do you want to see here? I hate splitting the screen because then I have to constantly adjust the charts. Jimmy's just doing fuck all today. Kirk is babysitting to make up for loss of ad revenue. No, I have a bunch of people at my house right now. Brad, $10 calls might print, might not. Give that child some Thrifty's ice cream. Dude, Rite Aid ice cream's legit, alright? That's the only reason I bought the stock. Holding a put overnight that expires next Friday lose significant value to theta versus selling before the day ends today. It's not going to lose a lot of theta value if it expires next Friday. So you have a 429 put, or yeah. No, they're here because of Easter. And literally any excuse to fucking come here and plague my life with shit. Posting multiple times in case removed. Where are you posting this shit? Just DM me. Oh, here we go. I don't know where I'm supposed to be looking for this. Dye brush you shall. How many DMs do you get a day? Like 50? How many do I actually read? On Reddit, it's ridiculous. There's thousands. Any position in DDS seems the trend is strong. I have shares there. But where did you send me a message, Jody? I don't see any messages from you. Are you sending me messages like in the Discord, or are you, because I don't have any DMs. BRQS is ripping and poised to break out. Eh. Cool. It does look good. I'm not going to buy any of it, but it looks good. I might be buying some puts on Rad here in a second. Although it's compelling that they rejected a buyout offer at double their current price. I mean, you're not going to get filtered on Discord, but you also still haven't sent me a direct message. Oh, there it is. It just popped up. Asking all day over 30 times. I've been trading on TDA for over a year, but recently got margin called. I have around 5K total. I'm keeping my TDA around 3K with less risky trades. The way I've been doing it and starting new Tasty Works, basically because I heard you mention retarded margin. I'm very risky. Margin plus other degenerate stuff because I have a goal of unlocking day trading, then I'll take it easy. I know bare minimum about requirements and other stuff, only that puts against shares owned equals more good. How can I max my margin and risk on Tastyworks as fast as possible? That's an extremely bad idea and a great way to lose all of your money. Get margin called and have your account blown up. It sounds like you should be looking into options education long before you attempt to do any of the things you're mentioning, especially at $3,000. Well, I assume they want it read out loud because they were trying to post it in the Discord or the YouTube chat all day. Is it your paper trading account, MTB Dork? The things you're asking me about sound insanely risky and like a great way to lose fucking money. With a $3,000 account, your chances of hitting day trader status by June are slim to none. No matter how much leverage you take on, which you won't be granted much of because the amount of capital you're deploying is small. If they grant you margin at all. This is concerning. I'd like to lose everything. How does one go about this? Should I speak to the Dans? Update Reddit. Nothing's fucking happened. GameStop is flat. It's the most uninteresting fucking day ever. It dropped to gamma neutral and sat there all day long. It's not necessarily bullish for tomorrow. It means there's no shares available to borrow, Rims and Tims, and so the borrow rate is astronomically high. Outlook on BBY for this week. Max Payne's at 18. Could we see some push upwards, or could they have been lowering us potential FTDs next week? Right now it looks kind of dead. We'll see how FTDs play out, but unless there's some other interest, I don't expect FTDs to generate a lot of price action. We can move back up towards max pan, but they seem to be holding it pretty strong at 1750. You're still holding BBY calls? Yeah, but I have them for August and January of next year. Why do you keep getting Aldi adverts on your stream? Did you tell them I'm poor? It's part of the new Trader Joe's sponsorship, Average Joe. Trader U. Except more average. Don't forget a snap hedge. I already have it. This is extremely interesting. I'm just going to buy more of this. Yeah, I know you did. That doesn't mean I care. J1124, let me put it to you this way. I don't give a shit if BRQS is poised to break out. I looked at it when you brought it up the first time. Awesome. Good for you. I'm not buying any of it. I don't want 10,000 shares of some penny stock. Not quite the same. This isn't a SPAC, right, Segan? How will a dividend split affect call options? It'll split the number of underlying shares if it's a dividend split. RC buying the $80 strike calls. I mean, he could have just bought them because they were the cheapest way to get the ownership percentage that he needed, which is more likely than anything else. He could have sold them on the initial spike, but it didn't look like a lot of the OI dropped off at that level. It was mostly just increased. Keep your money on the sidelines till you find something you're interested in. Did you make money on Rad? No, not yet. I didn't break my elbow. Who broke their elbow? I don't know if BBBY will push 17 by the end of the day. What's the thesis with Rod? Just got here. They just turned down a buyout offering for $14.60 a share. What you doing with those Ader puts? I mean, they all have stops. I don't know. What's Ader doing? God damn it. Why does it always do that? Holding them? It looks like. This is like the 8th time that this has happened in this channel. And I just want to point it out. When I don't like something, it doesn't mean it's not going to run. It just means I have no interest in buying into that run. My approval is not necessary for what you like in a stock or what you want to play. This looked like shit, so I figured I'd let everyone do their pump thing, and then I'd short it, which was the correct play at the point that I became informed about it. Thoughts on AMC? It's a big sack of shit. You got a gold star, Stefan. This is actually kind of compelling. Not only the initial burst of price action, but then the follow-up news. Companies aren't just running around turning down offers at double their market cap, right? That makes me curious. It makes me want to buy more. Is Rat a pullback opportunity? Interesting, Stefan. When you set up your VIX hedges, what kind of contracts are you looking for? 90 to 120 days out. Usually, it used to be longer, but the market's more volatile now. And deep in the money. Dude, if I bought in at 975 and it goes to 15, that's fucking amazing, right? Margin is based on the amount of money you have. It is leverage on the amount of money you already have. Ali AKP. The more money you have, the more margin you get. Pigeon Whale. I don't care. What? What's happening in Pigeon Whale chat? This looks terrible. I don't want to see it. No problem, Bobandy. Is there a way I can get 100 to 1 margin? I have 450 in my Robinhood account and so many certain puts. Netflix is either a really good or really bad buy. I don't know how much bad is left in it, but it could just be flat. I doubt there won't be a pullback of some sort. Did we find a higher low on GME? We don't know yet. We didn't find a higher high. Can't wait for Reddit's NFT marketplace. Getting ready to diamond hand another one, turd. Oh, it's compelling to the upside. I need to look into it more, but I like the interest. Thoughts on Ortex bar rates? Seems like bullshit. So you buy shares of Rads. So with fade at the top, made $5. Congrats. Any last words for Tesla? Why do you think their earnings are going to be so bad? You know, I feel like I've heard that before every single Tesla earnings. And every time it prints. What straddle would make sense on Tesla going into earnings? At the money? I mean, you're already paying like a fucking absurd premium. Or just none. Because you don't have to have money in on every play. The only people that go to Rite Aid are drug addicts and people that like ice cream made in the 50s. Well, thank God Big Pharma makes a lot of drug addicts then, turd. Saying that Spearpoint didn't understand the challenges in purchasing the company, which has $3 billion in distressed loans, the Post reported. Okay. Can you talk about the NFT dividend? There isn't one. I hope Tesla goes to $500. I sold a lot of naked calls, so that'd be great. This is very Actually, no, I don't like this. X support at 91.78. Ding ding. The day is done. That is maxing your margin. If you want to increase margin, put more money in your account. That's how that works. Yeah, no problem, Scott. Because people want to think they DRS'd for a reason before the split happens. That's why. Picked up some SST May calls for 5 cents. Snagged $40 Twitter 40Ps TDTs, hoping for a Tesla inverse sympathy play. Am I Dan yet? Why? They're not. Why would they be tied at all? All right. Well, that's it for the day. GameStop dropping to gamma neutral today, just below, and closing the day out almost exactly at gamma neutral. Pretty fucking unexciting. So this doesn't really tell us much as far as the direction we're heading, which is unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen more down or a higher high, but just continuing along the Wyckoff trend with kind of a flat top here. Means it's more likely that we are going to see a lower low, since we didn't see a breakout higher today than yesterday's high. But we'll see how that plays out over the next couple of days. If gamma neutral continues to push up, our floor might as well. But we'll see how much call interest there was today, tomorrow morning. See how those numbers pan out. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Have a good night, everybody. And for the degenerates who straddled Tesla, good luck to you.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.